Okay, Chair, we are unmuted to the broadcast and ready to go.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Okay. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting of the Legislative Committee on Public Lands to order. This is September 22nd, 2020, and the time is 9:03. But I'd like to first ask that if you are not speaking, to minimize background noise and distractions, we ask that you mute your microphone when you are not speaking. Our committee policy analyst is going to take a roll call this morning. I'll turn that over to Mr. Jared McDonald.
Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Brooks for Senator Scheibel.
Here.
Senator Hansen.
Here.
Assemblyman Daly.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hansen.
Here.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Assemblywoman Swank.
Here.
Mayor Corona.
Here.
And Senator Parks.
Here. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Please, so all members are present, and thank you for that. I'd like to open by saying that this is our fifth and final meeting of the Legislative Committee on Public Lands. Minutes of the meeting are produced in a summary format and are not verbatim. Meeting materials can be accessed on the committee's webpage. Anyone who would like to receive electronic notification of and access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and final reports can do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. Any votes taken today will use a roll call to do so. There will be a public comment period at the beginning and end of the meeting, with public comment limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Public comment may be provided in 4 different ways, all of which are listed on the front page of the agenda. You may call area code 669-900-6833 and enter the meeting ID number 968-3689-0788, followed by pressing the pound key. Secondly, you may email comments to lands, L-A-N-D-S, at lcb.state.nv.us. The third way to communicate would be to mail your written comments to the Research Division at 401 South Carson Street, Carson City, Nevada, 89701. And finally, you may fax your comments to area code 775-684-6600. With that, we'll move on to the balance of the agenda. Agenda item number 2 is public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Staff will time each speaker during public comment to ensure everyone is given a fair opportunity to speak. You will be notified when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up at the 3-minute mark. An additional opportunity to make public comment will be available at the end of the meeting. The Legislative Council Bureau's broadcast and production services staff will interact with those making public comment and providing testimony to facilitate participation in the meeting. Staff in our broadcast and production services, please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 728. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 3 minutes and may begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, this is Marla McDade Williams, MarlaMcDadeWilliams, with Strategies 360, and I'm calling in this morning on behalf of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony in support of recommendation A1 to add a tribal member to the Legislative Committee on Public Lands, as well as in support of D6 to protect the swamp cedar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 792. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You have 3 minutes and may begin. Caller with the last 3 digits, 792. You may press *6 to unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes and may begin.
This is Patrick Donnelly, Patrick Donnelly. I'm Nevada State Director at the Center for Biological Diversity. Thank the Public Lands Committee for pushing through during challenging circumstances this year to evaluate these recommendations today. Just a few comments. We support recommendation 1, adding a tribal member to the Public Lands Committee. I think that really contributes to the general agenda of incorporating tribal input better into legislative decisions that we've seen in recent years. We generally support the enhanced management of off-highway vehicles as depicted in recommendations 2 to 4. We strongly oppose recommendation 5, a carve-out from the open meeting law. The entire purpose of an open meeting law and of the National Environmental Policy Act is to provide transparency for environmental reviews and consideration of projects on public land or other projects that involve federal resources. So recommendation 5 really subverts the very intention of the open meeting law and the National Environmental Policy Act, and we strongly oppose it. We strongly support recommendation 6 regarding the swamp cedars. These are an incredibly important resource for our indigenous communities here in the state and for the ecology of Eastern Nevada. I think there's discussion to be had about how it gets incorporated into NRS 527. For instance, it may or may not be appropriate to put it on the list of endangered flora in NAC 527010. That might not make sense. So I guess the point being, I would encourage collaboration with indigenous attorneys as well as perhaps our own attorneys who have spent quite a bit of time researching that law. We oppose recommendation 10. Biomass is largely a carbon shell game, which moves around carbon on paper, but does not actually contribute to reducing carbon concentrations in the atmosphere or stopping the burning of fossil fuels. Biomass is basically a scam, and we oppose it. Finally, we strongly oppose recommendation 13. While it's veiled in the language of increasing school funding, it's actually a massive public lands giveaway endorsed by the same people who've been trying to have fire sales of our public lands for many, many years. So it has this guise of enhancing school funding, but really it would just give away millions of acres of public land, most likely to extractive industries or private industry.
30 seconds.
And finally, on recommendation 14, while we don't have a position on that, it's probably worth a debate to consider the modernization of requirements for the state engineer. I thank you for accepting our comment today.
Mr. Chair, there are no other callers at this time.
Thank you, Broadcast Services, for handling the public comment. Okay, that concludes agenda item number 2, and we'll move on to agenda item number 3. Before I do, let me say that we have one item to hear this morning, and then we'll proceed into our work session. So item number 3 is an update on activities of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority. And I believe that we have the Executive Director, Mr. Jeff Fontaine, available to make presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the record, this is Jeff Fontaine with Executive Director of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, and good morning. Thank you very much for giving me time on today's agenda to provide a quick update on the activities of CNRWA and to offer a recommendation for the committee's consideration this morning. I know you have a busy work session, so I'll be brief. For those of you who don't know, the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority was established in 2005 as a unit of local government, and now with the addition of Humboldt County this past year, CNRWA has 9 member counties, and CNRWA's mission is to protect the water resources of member counties, so these counties will not only have an economic future, but that their valued quality of life and natural environment is maintained. The Central Nevada Central region is the largest of Nevada's 14 hydrographic regions, and it covers much of central, eastern, and southern Nevada, and probably about 70% of our state's land area. And the region is characterized by the absence of really any regional surface water flows, groundwater basins that are often interconnected by subsurface flow, and I think uniquely deep bedrock aquifers. These issues that we're most concerned about are ones that we share, I'm sure, with many others, and that's the overappropriation of groundwater resources, drought, and interbasin transfers of groundwater from our member counties. Our current activities are focused primarily on informing our members about the condition of their water resources and monitoring how changes are impacting those water resources, how those water resources can be managed to balance the needs, diverse needs really of the domestic, municipal, agricultural, and industrial users. We also spent a lot of time analyzing state, federal court cases and legislation, as well as the various regulation and proposed orders that might be of impact to our counties. And since much of the central region contains deep carbonate aquifers that we happen to share with other states, we're really beginning to take a hard look and have a strong interest in learning more about how these complex groundwater systems operate. I want to add that last session, the legislature enacted Senate Bill 150, which requires Nevada's counties and cities to prepare and update water resource management plans to guide their development. And CNRWA has long been an advocate for requiring counties and cities to identify adequate and sustainable water resources for land use. And we appreciate Senator Goyette-Chia for sponsoring Senate Bill 150. This past year, we've really been encouraging our counties and cities to update those plans. And we've held several workshops to talk about details and discuss best practices for how those plans can be developed. And lastly, CNRWA also provides really a forum for public participation, and provides an opportunity for our members to engage with the various federal and state agencies, including the Division of Water Resources, Cooperative Extension, DRI, USGS, and many others. And this last Friday, the CNRWA met and recommended an amendment to NRS 534-035 groundwater boards that I would respectfully submit to the committee for your consideration this morning. I understand that the recommendation was forwarded to the committee and is also posted on your meeting website. And it has to do with groundwater boards, which were established and authorized in 1961, and under existing law, again, 534-035. In each area designated as a groundwater basin by the state engineer, Board of County Commissioners may recommend to the state engineer that the state engineer establish a groundwater board. And if the state engineer does establish a groundwater board, the governor then appoints the members from a list of nominees, and the governor may also dissolve the board. If a groundwater board is established by the state engineer shall not approve any application or issue any permit to drill a well, appropriate groundwater, change the place or manner of use or the point of diversion of water within the designated area, adopt any related regulations or any related orders until the state engineer has conferred with the board and obtained its written advice and recommendation. And legislative intent is clear that the state engineer and the board be in agreement whenever possible. But if there is any disagreement between the state engineer and the board, the views of the state engineer prevail. We are not aware of any groundwater boards that have been established under this provision of NRS 534035. And so CNRWA is recommending that this statute be amended to give a Board of County Commissioners the independent authority to establish a groundwater board for those areas designated as a groundwater basin by the state engineer. We're also recommending that the Board of County Commissioners be allowed to appoint its members and that the groundwater board may be dissolved only by the Board of County Commissioners. Today, as I'm sure you're probably aware, about half of the groundwater basins in Nevada, including 34 of the 78 basins in the central region, are designated. And recently, the state engineer has proposed designating additional 53 basins, including 13 in the central region. And of course, by designating a basin, the state engineer is granted additional authority in the administration of groundwater resources within that basin, including designating preferred uses. CNRWA truly appreciates the difficult decisions that the state engineer has to make in managing our water resources, and we're not recommending that we change any of those authorities that the state engineer has to make final decisions with regard to designated basins. But we also believe that Nevada's limited water resources, in order to preserve those, we really have to have collaboration. Groundwater boards have local knowledge and perspective on how management decisions can impact their neighbors and their communities that rely on groundwater resources for their economic prosperity and quality of life. And we believe that groundwater boards can help the state engineer make better informed decisions and possibly even result in fewer protests and perhaps even lawsuits. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that concludes my remarks this morning. Again, thank you for allowing me the time this morning, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fontaine, for that presentation. I'd like to, at this time, open it up to committee members. If they have any questions or comments regarding Mr. Fontaine's proposal.
Senator Parks, I do.
Yes.
Senator Hansen.
Senator Hansen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fontana, did I understand your testimony? Right now, the county commissioners do not have the authority to set up these boards. So what you're asking is us to draft a piece of legislation to give them that authority. Well, right now it has to be done to create this groundwater board. Right now, it has to get approved by the state engineer, and you're wanting it so that county commissions themselves can simply establish them. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, Senator Hansen, through you, through Chairman Parks. That is correct. Currently, the Board of County Commissioners can recommend to the state engineer that the state engineer establish those groundwater boards. What we're recommending is that the county boards can actually create their own, the county commissions can create their own water boards, groundwater boards. Without
very good. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, that's what. Good. I'm fine with that. It sounds excellent. Just want to throw out there too for the other members of the committee that the Southern Nevada or Central Nevada Water Authority Board does excellent work. I've been to several of their meetings. Very thorough, really trying to solve some serious issues for not only the central part of the state, but for the state of Nevada as a whole. And Jeff, just take it back to your board that we think they're doing a great job. I do. I can't speak for anybody else. I think maybe Assemblywoman Hansen a little bit, but you guys doing a first-class job trying to help solve some problems. I just want you to know that those of us in the legislature that deal with this stuff really appreciate your work.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Assemblywoman Hansen, did you wish to comment on Senator Hansen's comment?
I could always comment on Senator Hansen's comments, but I'll spare you all. Actually, I zoomed in on the meeting on Friday. Was it Friday? I've lost track of the week. And I echo the sentiments that the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, now up to 9 counties, has a lot of really good, insightful perspective on water issues. And I support this recommendation. I listened to the the information presented at the meeting and was on board, and I hope that this can go forward. Thank you, Senator Parks.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. Further questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, Senator Garcia.
Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of concerns. Well, just for the record, first and foremost, when I was a county commissioner in the mid-90s, Eureka County did request of the state engineer and the governor a groundwater board for Diamond Valley. And of course, everyone's very aware of what's gone on in Diamond Valley in the last 25 years. But we did request one and were denied. So I'm very, very much in favor of the Board of County Commissioners being able to, in fact, put one in place. My concern is, Jeff, we've got 258 basins in the state. Are we talking about having 258 groundwater boards? I mean, that would get extremely cumbersome. And I think as we look at this, maybe we're better off with having every county install a groundwater board to deal with those basins in their counties. And then we'd have to come up with some type of a mechanism when the basins were in fact bisected by a county line and the makeup of that. But, you know, if we ended up with even 17 groundwater boards that were ruling on those basins in their particular county, or if in fact maybe they had to be a designated basin in order to fall under a groundwater board. But I would be concerned if we end up with 258 groundwater boards, each marching to their own orders.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Senator Goycochea. I mean, I can't say that we would never have that many groundwater boards in the state, but this is enabling legislation. It would be up to each county to make that decision. The details still need to be worked out in terms of how those groundwater basins that are in multiple counties would be established and members appointed and so forth. We have several ideas that might work. And, you know, personally, I'm not opposed to the concept of having county groundwater boards, and I don't know that the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority would either. And so that's certainly something that we can consider in the drafting, you know, if this was something that the committee wanted to move forward. But, you know, these boards, depending on the size of the groundwater basin and what the designation includes, may or may not require groundwater boards, or the county may not feel it's necessary to have a groundwater board for certain basins. So I guess the answer to the question is we would be open to any other suggestions on how to get more local input on decisions made within these basins.
Well, thank you. And I definitely recognize the need. Like I say, we requested one, you know, back 25 years ago, and it didn't happen. So I definitely support the concept. I just think as we move forward and hear the bill, I think there are some tweaks we're going to have to look at. And I am concerned for one that, you know, I would hate to see 200 different functioning groundwater boards. That could be a nightmare too. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Goycochea. Further questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, this is Mayor Crone. I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
So it's kind of a sort of a follow-up to Senator Hanson's question. Just for my own clarity, Mr. Fontaine, you said this legislation would give authority to the county commissioners to appoint their own members to those groundwater boards. Who currently appoints those members, and do they get recommendations from the county commissioners or any input from the county commissioners?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Corona. So under existing statute 534035, the governor appoints the members from a list of recommendations made by the county, and that list must include representatives from any incorporated cities, towns, and I believe water conservation districts or water districts within those counties. So, but that, as far as we can tell, has never been done because we're not aware of any groundwater boards that have actually been established under that statute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. Further questions from the committee? To follow up on Senator Gocachia's question, Mr. Fontaine, if a groundwater basin overlapped multiple counties, how would you propose to address that issue?
Mr. Chairman, so we've thought about that, and I can't tell you that we have a definitive solution to that. But first of all, a county could establish a groundwater board for the basin that was if it's wholly within their county, or the portion of a basin within its county if it is in more than one county. If a basin is in more than one county, then there are several ways that we would propose that you could select the board. It would still be limited to a certain number of members, probably 7, so it's not overly large, and would require representatives from the counties that would be part of this groundwater board or establish the groundwater board. So how you would select those members based on the size of the county, population, area, number of cities, those kinds of things, or details that would have to be worked out if this were to move forward, worked out in the bill drafting.
Thank you for that. So let me ask if one last time, if there's anyone who wishes, any committee members who wish to ask a question or provide a comment. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing anyone. So I want to once again thank Mr. Fontaine for bringing this forward, and I will turn it over to our committee members to see whether or not there is desire to move forward with a recommendation for a bill draft request.
Are you prepared to accept the motion now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I sure am. Thank you, Senator Gokachia.
Yes, I would move then that we do in fact provide a BDR to the Central Nevada Water Authority and all counties in the state to at least formulate some language creating groundwater boards, county groundwater boards.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. Do I hear a second?
Mr. Chair, I will second that.
We have a second from Senator Hansen. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, not hearing any. All those in favor of the motion to put forward a recommendation for a BDR, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Since we are doing this in a virtual format, I need to turn it back over to Mr. McDonald to take a roll call so that we have an accurate recording of the voters, of the votes. Thank you. Mr. McDonald, would you please?
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. The motion is unanimous, and we'll make that one of your recommendations to as part of our final report on public lands. I'd like to once
Mr.
again, Mr.
Senator Goycochea, I have a question. How many BDRs do we have available to the committee?
Mr. McDonald informs me that we have as many as 10, and it does not look as though we will be using necessarily all of those. And the possibility exists that we could do some individual or join several recommendations together into one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So that motion passes, and I'd like to thank Mr. Fontaine for bringing this recommendation forward.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes item number 3, and like to move on to item number 4 is our work session, and we will begin the work session. And members, you should have a work section been provided a work session document, and what it contains a list of proposed recommendations relating to the various areas that we have talked about, including our committee, the off-highway vehicles, open meeting law, public lands, school trust lands, state engineer, and wildlife on public lands. And in order to carry this through, I'd like to turn this over to Mr. McDonald to walk us through the work session document.
Thank you, Chair. This is Jared McDonald, Research Division, Legislative Council Bureau. As a member of the LCB, I can neither advocate or oppose any measure that comes before the committee. The work session document is available on the committee's website. It's been created to assist the committee in determining which legislative measures it will require in the 2021 session of the Nevada Legislature, as well as other actions the committee may endorse. The document contains a summary of recommendations presented during public hearings, through communication with individual committee members, or through correspondence submitted to the committee members or staff. The proposals have been compiled and organized so the committee members can review them and decide whether they want to accept, reject, modify, or take no action. As the chair previously stated, the committee is limited to 10 legislative measures. That includes BDRs and resolutions. The committee may vote to send as many statements or letters of recommendation or support as it chooses, and include statements in its final report. Please be advised that the LCB staff, at the direction of the chair, may coordinate with interested parties to obtain additional information for drafting purposes or for information to be included in the committee's final report. As the chair previously stated, all votes will be done in a roll call manner, so please state clearly yes or no on the record. And with that, I think we're about ready to begin, and I can start with recommendation number 1, or we can proceed in any order you prefer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I think what I'd like to do is to go in sequence as listed in our backup material. And with that, I'd like to open it up for you to give an overview of recommendation number 1.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation 1 is to request the drafting of a bill to appoint 1 tribal member to the Legislative Committee on Public Lands. This was recommended by Assemblyman Howard Watts.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Assemblyman Watts, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it brief. In recognition of the fact that we've discussed issues on public lands and waters affecting Native American and Indigenous communities, and the fact that we have a local government representative on this body, I thought that it's appropriate that we also have a tribal voice on the Public Lands Committee moving forward. I think that we can benefit from having that perspective on this committee to discuss the ways our state, local, and federal land management decisions are interacting with our tribal communities and intersecting with tribal law. In addition, I think that we can benefit from their knowledge as the people who have lived on this land the longest and who also have a history of making decisions and evaluating decisions based on their impact for the next 7 generations. So that's why I put this forward, and I hope that the body will move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. I'd like to open it up for discussion by committee members. Does anyone wish to comment on recommendation number 1, drafting a bill to appoint a tribal member to the Legislative Committee on Public Land?
Mr. Chair, just a couple of questions I have. Will this tribal member be the same as the local government representative? And I assume it probably has to be. The local government has to pay its own way. Is that something that would be, and I know the tribes have the capability as well, but I was just curious about that. And then the other thing is, do we need to put 2 members to maintain an even number of committee members? Mr. McDonald or whoever wants to answer that. This would put us at 10, right, on the committee?
Yes, sir, Senator Gokoche, that adding 1 more member would put us at 10 members total for the committee. And as far as requiring them to pay their own way, I think that's a decision for the committee to make.
This is Assemblyman Watts. Thank you for the question, Senator Gokoche. Just to be clear, I'm open to consideration if there is. I don't think there's any legal requirement that we have to have an odd number. Of course, that does open up the possibility for ties if there's an even number of members on the committee. My plan right now is just to add the 1 member. And just to be clear in answering your first question, it would be in addition to, so there would still be the local government member. And as far as the language regarding paying their own way, I would assume that we would use similar language that is in place for the local government member. I'm of course open to discussing that as we consider the legislation next session.
Chairman Parks, I have some questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Senator Hansen, please.
I support this idea. The only question I've got is how do we make it fair? For example, in my district, I have the Hungry Valley Indian area. I've got Pyramid Lake. I've got Walker Lake Tribe, McDermott. I've got Shoshone Indians, Paiute Indians. Washoe Tribe typically kind of gets pushed to the backside. How do you make it so while you're lumping it all as Indians, the tribes don't always see themselves just as all Indians, they see themselves as tribes. How do you make it fair so that, you get a representative one time from the Paiute tribe, from the Shoshone tribe, from Southern Nevada, from Northern Nevada? What are the logistics in this? How does this work?
Thanks for the question, Senator Hansen. Someone wants for the record. Again, I'm looking at kind of the existing process that we have for local government members. I'm also open to working with members of different tribal nations and communities to figure out a process that they believe is most equitable. So I'm open to ideas, whether it's a designee by the Intertribal Council or some other mechanism so that we can have that rotation. And I just want to recognize that, yes, each tribal entity is its own sovereign nation, and but in respecting the fact that adding 27 members to the committee might not be the direction that we want to go. The plan is to have 1 representative And I'm open again and want to work with different communities to try and achieve a system that does ensure that different and kind of ancestral communities, different regions are represented as the interims pass by.
I got it. Well, my concern is, obviously this is some of the details you can probably work out in the legislation, but I just don't want to see some of the smaller tribes left out of the whole process, and the dominant tribe pretty much rule all the ways. Even with this committee, we've set it up so there's certain numbers of each party and so forth to make sure there's some balance in that. So if we're going to add a 10th member, one other thing we might consider too is, because you're going to end up with the potential for tie votes, and then those bills die. In many committees, I know they make it where the chair only votes to break a potential tie, but I don't know. That's something I guess you can work out in the 2021 session. But I think it's a good idea. I mean, the reality is they are sovereign nations and they're independent sovereign nations. And as I pointed out in our last hearing, Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe took the ball in their own court and rounded up those horses and did what needed to be done, frankly, for the rest of the state. So to have their input on the wild horse issue, for example, I think would be an excellent benefit for this committee, and would bring some perspectives that most of us probably wouldn't otherwise hear. So I support this measure. Thank you, Chairman Parks.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yes, thank you, Senator Hansen. Vice Chair Swank, please.
Thank you. So you might want to, Assemblyman Watts, you might want to look at the legislation that we put through for the Interim Committee on Wildfires. That committee has a tribal member on the committee, and that might be a place to look for a model, just one of them to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. Further comments from the committee? Okay, not hearing or seeing anyone. Assemblyman Watts, would you like to provide a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee adopt recommendation A1, requesting the drafting of a bill to appoint one tribal member to the Legislative Committee on Public Lands.
Second it?
I'm sorry, I heard somebody second, but I did not.
It's Assemblywoman Hansen. I second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Assemblywoman Hansen. I appreciate your second on that motion. Okay, with that, we have a motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, I'm not hearing any. I'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald to please do a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
and Chair Parks.
Yes, thank you. The vote is unanimous, and I'd like to thank you, Assemblyman Watts, for bringing this forward. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. McDonald to please move on to our next recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. The next three items are related to off-highway vehicles and were submitted by the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And you can take a look at attachment A in the work session document to review their request and background information. The first request is to request the drafting of a bill to replace the current off-highway vehicle registration system with an annual use decal.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do we have any presentation by anybody or any questions from the committee for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources?
I believe we do have Director Crowell available.
Actually, we have Dominique Etchegoyen, Deputy Director for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Any comments you'd like to make regarding recommendation number 2?
Yes, I just wanted to state that the primary purpose of this proposal is to simplify the registration process. Since the OHV program was placed in the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, the most common complaint that we've heard is that it's too difficult to register an OHV in Nevada, and we're hoping to fix that. So this proposal would make it easy to obtain a decal. It would increase compliance with the law, and it would ensure that more funding is available to invest in Nevada's OHV recreational infrastructure. More than 90% of the registration OHV fees are used through grant programs for projects on the ground. And we think that that's a pretty good ratio. We try to use very little in overhead in the administrative costs. Some of that goes to DMV, some of that goes to our OHV program, the rest of it goes on the ground. And if we could increase registration, we could increase the projects that we put on the ground. We think that's good for our OHV users in Nevada. We think it's good for economic development in our rural communities, and we think it's good for conservation. Nevadans want OHV registration to be as simple as purchasing a fishing license, a hunting license, or the aquatic invasive species decals that NDOT has for their boats. So this proposal would help us achieve that simplicity, and it would enable OHV decals to be sold through retail outlets, online, and via apps on your phone. We propose modeling the OHV decal program after NDOW's aquatic invasive species program. That program was enacted in 2011. If you look at section 6 of AB 167 in 2011, it was simple, it was straightforward, and it would help us achieve our intended purpose. So that's our intent with that first proposal. I don't know if you'd like me to go through the second and third components as well, if you want to wait and have that as a part of the future discussion.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll take the second and third separately and discuss those. I'd like to at this time ask any committee members if they have any questions for the department.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Bocaccio.
Thank you. Dominic, I just wanted to ask you, it still boils down to the same thing. You know, with NDOW, they do have on waterways a certain level of enforcement by their game wardens. And you and I both know this is the rub we're running into on the OHV program or the ATV program in general is, you know, the lack of enforcement typically, and I think your own numbers will reflect that. You know, they get a decal when they buy the unit and because they have to pay the sales tax, but then it's the renewal. We're still under 50% on the renewal side, aren't we?
Yes. Again, Dominique Etchegoyen, Deputy Director for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Yes, Senator Goycochea, you're right. The renewals is where this program has started to fail. When somebody purchases a vehicle, they're required to register it at that when they purchase it. It's making it easier for them to renew in following years. And that's where this decal program really would benefit the state and the program. We would be able to turn it into an automatic type renewal system. We would be able to push out emails and texts to those individuals to remind them that it's time for them to renew. And you're right, the enforcement component has always been an issue. In 2019 and 2020, we issued about $275,000 in grants for law enforcement and safety, and we would continue to make those investments. We're working very closely with the sheriff's offices throughout the state to continue the enforcement. We've noticed that when we have enforcement in a local area, we see registration numbers increase within that community. And so that's a huge component, and that's something we'll continue to work on. But we do think that simply making it easier to purchase a decal will ensure that we've got more users complying with the law, but we'll follow that up with enforcement.
I appreciate that, Dominic, and it's worth a try. But like I say, I continue to be a little bit apprehensive. We see a lot of them out here, and I don't think anyone really is checking or inspecting, and maybe as we move forward and maybe if they're on the roads, especially the bigger side-by-sides, I think there's going to be more and more opportunity to enforce those. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea, and Senator Hansen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dominic, what's the current cost to register a vehicle?
I believe that is $21.
$21. And are mountain bikes included in that, or is it strictly motorized vehicles?
Pursuant to statute, this is strictly off-highway vehicles, which I don't have the definition in front of me, but it is motorized, not mechanized. And
Okay.
the investments tend to go to different trail systems.
I got it. Okay. Well, I was just wondering because I've opposed the program from the get-go, just so you know. I think this is big brother overreach. I think that there are literally hundreds of thousands of off-highway vehicles, motorcycles, four-wheelers, and so forth. There's been zero compliance because I don't think the average person really likes it. Number two, I think that very few people, like I own 5 little motorcycles, all of which I'd have to pay $21 a year for my grandkids mainly. They get used, if they get used 3 or 4 times a year, that would probably be the total. And I just think the whole idea that everybody out there is going to have a sticker on it, and they want to make it bigger now so that they can be spied on by somebody with binoculars from a distance. So then you can come and find them because they are out recreating on their holiday weekend or whatever, and just happen to bring their dirt bike along or whatever. I just, the whole thing from the get-go I've been opposed to. And so I'm going to be against this as well. I think that there should be less big brother enforcement. And the reason I brought up mountain bikes, since we're only talking motorized vehicles, I got it. But the number one group of people that I see on the trails, I actually rode on a mountain bike from the Mount Rose Meadows over to Spooner Summit. And that trail was this deep in dust because there were so many mountain bikes on that trail consistently, yet they don't pay anything for those trails that I know of. So if you're looking to kind of target a group that's actually tearing up the countryside, I'd say the mountain bike guys would definitely fit in there as well. And even on the off-highway vehicles, the groups that I see, frankly, who use them the most, bouncing through sagebrush and tearing stuff up, are our own agriculture communities. They're the ones that are establishing new roads, and then you see deer hunters who show up and they go, oh, look at this trail here. Next thing you know, you see some guy that's driving to the top of a ridge somewhere on a four-wheeler, but the actual blazing of the original trail came from livestock people who used to use horses, and now they're driving around on four-wheelers bouncing through the sagebrush. So anyway, I'm going to vote no on this, just out of principle. I don't like the concept. I don't like any additional enforcement. When people go in the backcountry in Nevada, I don't want them to feel like there's some guy out there with binoculars watching to see if they got decals on their whatever it is. Just the whole concept disturbs me. So all due respect to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, I know we threw this in your lap, but I just think overall this is big brother overreach. And I think that's why at least that's one of the reasons why you see very limited compliance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Further comments or questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, it's Mayor Corona, please.
So I think that Senator Hansen brings up a good point about the enforcement piece of this. How would it be handled if, say, someone came into Nevada on a holiday weekend from out of state, in a state that doesn't require, I don't know if there is a state that doesn't require OHVs to be registered, or they don't have a decal. How would we handle that? As obviously they're not a Nevada resident, they don't require the Nevada decal. How would enforcement of that be handled?
Thank you for the question. Dominic Etchegoyen, Deputy Director for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. That question gets really to the secondary component of the proposal, and that's to ensure that this program does apply equally to in-state and out-of-state riders. Currently, our law has a 15-day period. If someone is in the state and riding for fewer than 15 days, they're not required to register their OHV. This proposal would ensure that everybody's treated equally. So riders who come to Nevada from out of state to enjoy our recreational resources. This would ensure that they participate in this program and that their fees are used to help build and maintain the infrastructure that's necessary for all of us to continue to enjoy OHV recreation in Nevada. This is an issue that actually was first raised by the Division of Internal Audits in a report in December of 2014. Recommendation 4 of that audit was to consider implementing a program where decals would be required for out-of-state OHVs. Interestingly, at that time, it was not supported by DMV, and I wasn't here then, but I have since had conversations with DMV. They support this proposal to move from a registration program that they operate at the DMV to a decal program that the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources would operate. We met in mid-June with Director Butler and Deputy Director Huron, as well as Administrator McDonald. We discussed this issue. So it's my understanding that DMV would currently support a decal program, and specifically one that applied equally to out-of-state users.
If I may, Chairman Parks, I have a follow-up question. So if I understand correctly, if someone comes to West Wendover from Salt Lake City and they want to bring their OHV and ride around on our trails around the community, they would have to go to a DCNR office to receive a decal, or would that be something that they would be able to register online, much like a fishing license? I just want to make sure that if this does go through, that visitors to my community don't have to make a long trip just to get a decal, just so that they can enjoy the outdoors around West Wendover, and that there's a process that they'll still be able to do that without interrupting their trip or inconveniencing them.
Absolutely. Dominic Etchgoyen, Deputy Director for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. That's absolutely what we're trying to address, and not just for out-of-state riders. We hope to achieve that sort of streamlined, simple process, even for in-state users. We are looking closely at what NDOW has done with its aquatic invasive species decal, how they operate their fishing license program and their hunting license program, and we want to make it that simple. We've even had discussions that we could work together using the same software, so that it would be almost a one-stop shop where a user who wants to go hunting can get online, get their hunting registration completed, also get their OHV decal. It would make it very easy and seamless for them as users, for them as visitors to our state, so they can easily come and recreate in Nevada. We think there's a lot of economic development potential to continue to promote that type of use here. And so that's exactly what we'd like to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. And, yes, I believe. Okay, yes. Assemblyman Daly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions based on some of the discussion here. Senator Hansen asked the question on the fee, and I've heard from several of my constituents since we've had this that they get concerned with people that recreate and have 10 dirt bikes, and then a couple of four-wheelers, et cetera. It gets to be fairly expensive. Not that I'm saying the program shouldn't go forward, but who's responsible or has enforcement authority now?
Currently, that law enforcement is local through the sheriff's offices to enforce the regulations that apply to OHV users, just like any other law in Nevada. Even our park rangers, who are law enforcement officers, could enforce that as well.
And officers as well?
My understanding is that they could. I would have to talk to NDOW. Sometimes when you get the cross-agency enforcement, certain law enforcement officers do feel that it is outside of their normal jurisdiction, but I believe they do have the authority. But that's something I'll have to look into, and I can get back to you on to ensure that my response is accurate.
Okay. Second question along the questioning that Mayor Corona had. So if you're in a state that did also have the decal or some type of registration or whatever, is there any type of reciprocity between the states where you would recognize the California sticker Or do they have to have the California one come into Nevada, get the Nevada one? If they go over into Utah, have to get the Utah one, Oregon, Idaho, all the rest of the states around us.
We have seen reciprocity decline in a lot of our western states. It's much like a fishing and hunting license program where the states expect that if you're going to be recreating within their borders, they would like you to participate in their program so that they can ensure the sustainability of those resources. And I think that's what we would be looking at here. We would not have a reciprocity. And in fact, we've heard from certain user groups that do travel around the West and across states, they like having something like a decal or a sticker. It's part of their collection that they put on their vehicle to show the places that they go and recreate and they enjoy. And so we think that it's important for us to not have the reciprocity, but ensure that they are paying to recreate on our public lands and that we continue to invest in our public lands so they can continue to do so into the future.
And I was just asking the reciprocity question for that. I'm sure there are people that like to collect the stickers, and I'm sure there are people that don't want to pay the extra money. Both sides, I can see that. Last question, and I tried reading the document. It wasn't entirely clear to me. I believe, I want to make clear that the answer to the question. So if you have a regular off-road vehicle pickup or a Jeep or something like that that's registered through DMV and insured and all this stuff, so it's street legal, but you can't also drive it off-road, they're not required to get a sticker.
That is correct. Under current law and under the proposal, they would not be required. They are street legal. There has been a strong push by certain groups to ensure that this applies to anyone who is using these trail systems. It's similar to Senator Hansen's discussion about mountain bikes, and the same goes for those who have road licensed vehicles, road street legal vehicles. So there's some desire by all groups to have anyone who's playing on these OHV trails to register, but that's not part of this proposal currently.
Understood, and I think you make a better argument about the mountain bikes than you do a vehicle that's registered at DMV. We're already paying those fees. Those are my comments. I'm not necessarily opposed. We'll listen to the rest of the presentation, but I know there are people that not everybody likes it. Is all I can say.
Thank you, Assemblyman Daly. Further questions or comments from committee members?
Yes.
One more comment, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Senator Garcia.
Senator Garcia, thank you, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I'm very supportive of it, because I do believe, that it's now become especially this year with so many more people out and about with the COVID and more out in the rurals, we're seeing more and more damage, especially off roads and off trails. So it has to be dealt with. I continue to be very concerned about the enforcement. Clearly, I don't think your local sheriff's office is going to go out and start citing people for when they are, i.e. off a road, off a county road or off a trail. I just don't see that happening. So while I support, we need to do something to get a handle on what is occurring out in the brush. I'm still concerned that we don't have enforcement enough, and ultimately it's going to be the Bureau of Land Management of the Forest that does in fact have the jurisdiction in those areas where the real damage is occurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Garcia. Further questions or comments?
Yes, Chair, I have a couple.
Chairman, Assemblywoman Hansen, when I'll just wait in the queue.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't get the.
This is Assemblyman Watts.
Oh, yes, Assemblyman Watts, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. One is, did the department envision all three of the recommendations being contained within a single bill? It seems like the first two certainly are closely related to one another. So I just wanted to get some clarity from the agency putting this forward, what they envisioned.
Yes, Dominic Etchgoyen, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. We proposed all three of these for your consideration. They could be put forth jointly, they could be put forth individually, or you could choose amongst them and put forth only a couple of them. We would leave that to your decision.
Thank you. Another quick question I had, as this got brought up in conversations about availability in places where fishing licenses are available and things like that. And there's also discussion of enforcement and other things. So I just wanted to ask, have you've discussed talking with the DMV about these issues? Have you discussed these issues with NDOW as well? And if so, what feedback, if any, did they provide?
Yes, thank you. Dominic Etchgoyen, Deputy Director for the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. I discussed this with Deputy Director Jack Robb, just conceptually as an idea that we are moving forward. We have been trying to work more closely with NDOW across our department in lots of different areas. And this was an area where we saw a lot of shared use and overlap. The types of users who are the hunters and the fishermen and women, those are the same individuals who tend to be off-highway vehicle users. And we saw that there was a lot of compatibility and realized that if we worked together, we could achieve a lot more, create a process that was easier for those users to participate in. We didn't get into the details of things like enforcement, etc., but really just discussed efficiencies. And I was looking at their software programming that they've used over the last number of years that makes it a lot more of an online app registration process. They've seen their numbers go up dramatically. In the first year, they saw increase of about 30% in terms of hunting registration. And that continued to increase in the second year by another 7%, whereas you look across the nation, everybody's been stagnating at about 2 or 0% growth. So we thought that the ease and the simplicity that they provided really increased individuals who are participating in their programs, thought it would do the same for us.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate those comments. I remember the presentation before this committee in Caliente during the last in-person gathering that we had. And, I think it's clear that there are issues with registration that we need to address. So I think that we should be putting something forward to try and tune up the OHV program. I've heard from some advocates that want to make sure that the size of the decal is sufficient. So I just want to make sure that put it on the record that we convene the range of stakeholders that have been involved in these discussions to work on this issue moving forward. Also, since we've been talking about some of the similarities between hunting, fishing, boating programs, I'm interested in figuring out how we can increase education about responsible OHV use. I know that there are grants and programs that the commission has undertaken, but I think about hunting education and boating education. And of course, those have kind of been standardized across states. So it may be a broader conversation and not necessarily suitable for this legislation. But I think that as we look at improving our OHV program, that's something that should be part of the conversation, as well as safety, which is something that is addressed in one of the proposals as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that we should, it's my personal opinion that we should, anything that we decide to move forward with should just be incorporated into one OHV BDR, and that we work out some of the details from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Appreciate that. And I believe we have Assemblywoman Hanson next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got some mixed feelings on this. Really, my main concerns are on the policing side of it. I don't like it when we make policing the motivation for people to have to, have a decal for their off-road vehicle. And so, which leads me to think about, are we expanding our thought processes? I'm not against a use fee of some sort. I understand we need to maintain trails and whatnot. And so, which makes me think about, have we thought about some sort of public campaigns? I find in general, of course, it's just a generalization, that the majority of people that enjoy the outdoors, they're really willing to make some sort of commitment to either help with trails. I look at what happens up in the Sierras with the Tahoe Rim Trail and some of those things. Have we done some public campaign ideas of making the public aware that funding is needed? And do we collect funds with races and events? Is that a way to capture some? And I apologize if my internet, I'm getting a message, my internet's a little unstable. Is there, when we have races or other events with off-road vehicles, do we try to capture some sort of fee for them using the trails, and some sort of an honor system like we have in our state parks when we go and day use or camp? Just wondering if this, I appreciate the intent, but I'm not sure I'm on board where we're going, if it's going to be a BDR per se, feeling that maybe we need to come up with some other ideas besides just the policing, the decal, everybody looking over their shoulder. You know, we want to go out in the outdoors and enjoy it. Am I up to date on my registration? Those sorts of things.
Thank you for the question. Deputy Director Dominic Etchegoyen, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. That's a great question, and that's something that we have been struggling with and trying to achieve over these last 4 years since this program has been put within our department. To answer one question regarding races and events, currently the legislation does not apply to racers. So that would be no. On the other hand, there's a great opportunity there for the public engagement to help those users understand what our program is, what it's about. We have worked on forms of marketing. There have been grants in the past that have helped us work to put up billboards in key locations throughout Nevada to educate users about the program and about the need to register. We also have put together a series of videos, and I'll take the opportunity after this to send you links to those videos so you can see both the program marketing that we've done, the education, the safety. There are lots of different things that we try to achieve through those videos, and I think you would be pleased to see some of those, and I'd appreciate any feedback that you have on them as well. Most importantly, we're trying to get dollars on the ground in a way that has a beneficial impact on a community. That, I think, is the best way to achieve support, to really understand how those dollars are used, how they benefit the users, how they benefit those communities economically. Through that success, we think that then we continue to grow the support for the program. And you're right, we don't want to be a purely law enforcement program, but I think the reason that has come up is we are looking at what other states have done, and we were looking at that audit back in 2014, 2015, and we've seen that that audit said that we needed more enforcement. We've seen that other states, when they developed their programs, recognized that enforcement was a key component to ensure that there was the participation in the registration. Right now, registration exists, and it's difficult in the state. We're not trying to change that other than make it easier. We're not trying to create another additional onus or any additional enforcement. We're just trying to streamline that process and make it efficient. I hope I've answered your questions. If you've got something that I missed, please let me know.
Thank you. Yes, you did answer those very well. And I appreciate trying to make the registration side easier. On the law enforcement side, you know, we talked about 2014, but and we know the law enforcement side has given us some issues. And in the current climate we're in, with all the, you know, with different communities talking about, you know, defunding some law enforcement dollars, where are we going to land with our sheriffs being able to enforce this, or are NDOW dollars going to be affected if they're part of law enforcement, with the climate that we're living in about defunding some of our law enforcement mechanisms. So just some food for thought. Thank you so much for the presentation. I look forward to learning more.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. Any further questions, comments from the committee?
Chairman Parks, I have a question.
Yes, Senator Hanson.
Thank you. Mayor Corona brought it up. Currently, under state law, if somebody comes from, say, Utah and goes over in the Wendover area, for example, and uses their four-wheeler, we have a 15-day window, as I understand it. This is going to be eliminated in 1, 2, or 3 of these proposals, whichever one it is? I got a real problem with that, I got to tell you. The reality is that if somebody comes over here for a single day and we're going to force them to pay $21 and put a sticker on their vehicle for a single day's worth of use, that seems really excessive to me, and it seems very tourist unfriendly. We want to encourage people to come to Nevada, and if we have people waiting at the border for some guy to cross over from the Utah line and then watch him jump on his whatever, and then have some law enforcement guy go out and chase him down and say, "Well, pay part, here's a ticket because you didn't register your vehicle." That seems really bad. Now, so is this 15-day window that the mayor mentioned, is that part of this proposal? The elimination of it, I should say. Thank you, Chairman Parks.
Dominic Etchegoyen, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. That is part of the secondary component of this proposal, is that this program would apply equally to out-of-state users. I hear you. I get it. There is concern that that could have a negative impact. Sorry, my phone. Make sure the phone doesn't ring. That could have a negative impact on visitation to our state. We've talked to some of those user groups. We don't think that it will have a significant impact. It's very difficult for us currently to know how long someone has been in the state. We can't tell if they've been here more than 15 days. There's no way they'll tell us that they just arrived. It's a lot easier if we have a program where everybody pays to participate, just like hunting and fishing. And so while I recognize your concerns, we also think it's important that out-of-state users participate in the program and that we use those dollars to invest in the infrastructure that they find so beneficial. We invest in ways to put conservation dollars in the ground to ensure that that use remains sustainable into the future. We think it's good for them. We also think it's good for our economy locally. And we think that on balance, it would be better to ensure that it applies equally even to out-of-state users who are here just for one day. But we hope that by investing, we can convince them to stay for multiple days, maybe weeks, and those dollars will go into those local economies.
Dominic, I appreciate that. My concern on that is, though, you're talking to user groups you mentioned. I got news for you. The vast majority of people that use motorcycles like myself or four-wheelers or whatever it is we're going to go after don't belong to those user groups, okay? Because they only do this stuff a few days a year. So while I respect those user groups, I'm familiar with the ones when they pushed this program initially. I don't think reflect in any way, shape, or form the average person that is an off-road vehicle user in Nevada. So while I'm glad they're there, I don't think they are even close to representing what the average person feels. I think Assemblyman Daley actually hit it right on the head. When people become aware of the program, they're a little bit upset about it. Secondly, I think a lot of people that are forced to pay this fee don't use the trails that you guys are spending the money on, okay? So while they are paying the fees, they really don't benefit from the trails because they don't use those trails. They just used all the regular roads that most of us have used for generations here in Nevada. So anyway, thank you, Chairman Parks, for allowing me the second bite at the apple, and I will be voting no on this.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. And once again, any further questions or comments from the committee? I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the fact that the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife did submit a letter yesterday with regards to this item, and one of the sentences in their letter said to accomplish this intent, ID numbers must be highly visible in size, like apparently on a motorcycle plate as stated in the original legislation. So they're referring back to the original legislation. So I leave that for your consideration. Okay, I guess that concludes. I don't know if there's anyone else who wishes to speak on this item.
Chairman Parks, I just have one question, and I don't know if I missed this, but I wasn't at the original hearing if there was one. Is there in the existing requirements a horsepower or engine displacement cap or floor?
Dominic Etchegoyen, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. I'm trying to recall. It is my recollection that there is not. I will look at that, and if there is, I'll get back to you and inform you.
Senator Parks, Chairman, excuse me.
Yes, please.
Just to answer Senator Brooks's question, the answer is no. I actually had a bill trying to get that an exemption for a little kid motorcycle. I said anything over 125 cc's should be exempt. Like my grandkids drive a little Honda 50, and that didn't pass. So the answer is any motorized vehicle would have to have this big sticker on their vehicle so you can see it from a distance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hansen, for clarifying. Okay, Senator Brooks, did you have any other comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I guess that if there's no one else to present, we'll go ahead and close discussion on recommendation number 2, requiring drafting of a bill to replace the current off-highway vehicle registration system with an annual use decal. So with that, I will ask if we have a motion to adopt this recommendation.
Chair Parks, this is Assemblyman Watts. I just have a clarifying question beforehand.
Yes, please.
Does this measure, if we adopt additional portions under the OHV category, and this also may be for Mr. McDonald, how do we designate if we want that to be in one BDR or more than one?
Thank you for that question. I think that as we have in previous committees and previous interims, that we have sometimes left it to the discretion of the bill drafter and the policy analyst. But I'll ask Mr. McDonald if he would like to make a comment.
Yeah, I'll allow legal to chime in if they'd like to, but we have discussed this beforehand, and legal has notified me that all 3 of these recommendations are similar enough or within one issue that they could be included within one BDR. And how you like those to go forward is really up to the committee, I believe. If you give us some direction on what you would like.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify, the second recommendation about having this decal program apply to out-of-state persons. Obviously, if the first recommendation to change the current system to a decal program does not pass this committee, then I don't think the second recommendation would be draftable as it currently is in the work session document. So, if you don't require it for in-state people, I don't think you can require it for out-of-state people. So I think those 2 would be put in one BDR for drafting purposes if both recommendations are accepted by the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Clarkson, for that.
Thank you for the clarification. In that case, I'll make a motion to adopt recommendation number 2.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, I believe that was Vice Chair Swank. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Chairman Parks, Senator Glick.
Yeah.
And I'm going to support this measure because I do believe we have to have this discussion. However, I don't believe that requiring a decal and doing it on an annual basis is going to be the solution when over half the people are already ignoring it. It's not the answer, the decal and facilitating how you get there. But I do believe we have to have this discussion about how we're going to manage some of the damage that's occurring, especially in areas like the Rubies. We've got trails and roads everywhere, and it's just continued erosion and damage to those scenic places. So it's going on. We're going to have to figure out a way to at least slow it up. So I will support it to have the dialogue.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. I share your concerns. Any further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Assemblyman Daley.
just for clarification, when I was looking at the document, so there were three, right? You had A, which was to streamline the OHV registration, include out-of-state registration. And then there was C, so does the motion maker include C on the increasing safety requirements for children under 16 with helmet requirements as well? We never really discussed that, but I just wanted to know if that was included in the motion for all three.
Thank you. Assemblyman Daley, you broke up a little for me, but we're looking at recommendation number 2 at this time, and then we'll proceed on to the recommendation number 3, as I understand it.
Mr. Chair, a question for clarification then. Number 1, then we're not going to vote on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, in my list, I had it listed as recommendation number 2.
This is Assemblyman Watts. Yeah. So number 1, we already did. The OHVs are 2, 3, and 4, and my motion was just for number 2 for the decal for in-state.
My apologies. I thought we were voting on number 2 under number 2. So we're still on number 1. And then, but you are, Mr. Watts, suggesting that we roll these 3 that we're going to hear the next 2 as well into one BDR though. Is that correct?
My intention is to include that in any further motions.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Hansen and Assemblyman Watts. Okay, at this point, if there's no...
I'm sorry, Chairman Parks?
Yes, Assemblywoman Hansen.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, now I'm confused. So will you reiterate what we're going to vote on? I'll just let you know up front that if it's on the decal on the out-of-state portion and the annual sort of, I support making registration more streamlined. I do have concerns about the other aspects of it. So I might be a no, but I need to hear you phrase what section of this. I also don't like omnibus bills. So if you would just, for the freshmen, clarify what we're about ready to vote on. And I just want to give you a heads up. I could be a no, depending on what I'm going to hear in a moment.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, just to restate the motion, this motion is just for accepting recommendation B2, requesting the drafting of a bill to replace the current off-highway vehicle registration system with an annual use decal.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. And my understanding is we have a second from Vice Chair Swank. So if there is no further discussion on the motion, I'll ask Mr. McDonald to please do a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
No.
Assemblyman Daley,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
No.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona, Chair Parks.
Yes, and Mayor Corona had to momentarily step away to chair or get another committee meeting started. So he will rejoin us shortly. So with that, as I understand that we do have a motion passed. So Mr. McDonald, would you please proceed on to our recommendation? I believe it is B.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Swank, please.
I think we might have folks looking at two different documents that's causing some confusion.
Oh.
So I'm just listening to folks talking about the numbers for the BDRs, and I believe, and Chair Parks, correct me if this isn't correct, but I believe you are looking at the document that says work session document dated September 22nd, 2020, and where you have under recommendations letters that say like a legislative committee on public lands, and under that a number that lists out. But I think that there are folks who are looking at a different document that have the letters and numbers switched around. So I think we're going to have some confusion going forward. So folks might want to just make sure that they're on the same document.
Yeah, we did send out a revised version once or twice, and I believe we emailed everybody in the committee. If you could, on our committee webpage has the correct version, or the most recent email, I suppose, also does. So that could be the case here.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chair Parks, if I can, I was looking at the attachment where it said A, B, and C, but when you look at the work session document, we're on the same page on the motion that Assemblyman Watts made. So I was looking at the attachments for the work session rather than the actual work session document. So that was my error, but I'm on the same one now that everyone's.
Okay, thank you, Assemblyman Daly. Okay, so Mr. McDonald, you want to proceed?
Yes, sir. Motion number 3 is to request the drafting of a bill to require out-of-state OHV users and vehicles registered for street use and modified for off-road riding to acquire an annual sticker.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any presentation from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources?
Thank you, Chair Parks. Dominic Etchegoyen, Deputy Director, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Through our questions in the last section, we largely addressed this proposal that the registration apply equally to out-of-state riders. So I'm not going to belabor that point. We simply would like to assure that it applies equally. We think that that will allow us to continue to make the investments that we need to make in our local trails and maintenance. If you look at 2019 and 20, we're able to put more than $1 million on the ground just for trails and maintenance. This program ensures we're able to do so, and it ensures that we're able to use the dollars from everyone who's participating and using our public lands. But if you've got additional questions, I'm happy to answer those questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee members?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
So I guess as somebody who engages in an awful lot of outdoor recreation, I think that folks that are out and about on our public lands, in our state parks, out hunting, fishing, all of these folks, including the OHV folks who are our good actors, know that we all pay into a fund in order to support that. And in fact, if you think about hunters and fishermen, these folks are the original conservationists, right? They're the ones who know that their fees are going in to invest in our environment. And I think maybe OHV is a little bit newer and maybe a little bit more education needs to be done. But I know when I go off to Arizona or Utah and I'm going to go to a state park or use some resource that's in that state, I expect to pay a fee in order to ensure that that is there the next time I come back. And to think that we can just somehow by magic continue to pay for the maintenance of trails and everything going forward is wishful thinking in a state where we just don't have a lot of revenue coming in. So I'm very much in support of this. I think that we know that all really responsible outdoor recreation folks are in support of this and understand that we need to be supporting these programs so that they're there for us and our children in the future. So I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. Any other questions for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources?
Senator Park or Chairman Parks, it's Assemblywoman Hanson again.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, I reiterated before, I love the outdoors as well. I don't think a no vote means we don't want to be responsible and contribute to trails and the use of our public lands. I'm just curious and wondering if, we talk about good, better, best. I just don't know if we've completely exercised other ways to generate revenue rather than a decal with a law enforcement element of punitive motivation to raise funds. And for what Mayor Corona brought up earlier about those users coming in from out of state, we're talking a decal, not, if we use a day use campsite or something like that, we don't have a decal per se. We have a little ticket that we put in our windshield. So I'm just still uncomfortable with the idea of the decal, the law enforcement side. So I just want to make it clear that if I don't support this recommendation, it doesn't mean that I don't believe that we need to still dial in and figure out some solutions. I just don't know that I agree that this is the solution, but that means there could be other solutions out there that I'm really willing to vet and be a part of the solution or the conversation. So more of a statement than a question. So thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. Further comments or questions for the department? Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing anyone. What's the pleasure of the committee regarding recommendation number 3?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'm sorry?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Swank. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Assemblyman Waltz. Thank you. Discussion on the motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a quick comment. Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the concerns expressed by my colleague in the North and understand them. I also want to echo the statements made by Senator Goicoechea. I think that there's a need to make adjustments to this program and that this is the vehicle to have that conversation and discussion about registration. In addition, and I understand the concerns about the enforcement and punitive mechanisms. At the same time, when we look at hunting and fishing, we see users contributing to help enhance our wildlife resources. They also have that license or that tag, and we know that enforcement is one piece of the culture behind that. We also know that we have a lot of land and very few game wardens in this state, and so enforcement is also a challenge there. But I think that we need to have this conversation about creating a culture where folks that are enjoying this resource are contributing to the protection and enhancement of that resource when it comes to off-highway vehicle use. So that's why I'm in support of this. But I just wanted to take a moment to share my perspective and appreciation for the other sentiments that have been shared so far.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Further discussion on the motion?
This is Senator Goycochea. Thank you, Mr. Watts.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Goycochea. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald to take a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
No.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
No,
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona, Chair Parks.
Yes, and once again, please mark Mayor Corona excused for that. Okay, so the motion passes, and let's move forward to the next recommendation, which is number 4. Mr. McDonald.
The next recommendation is to request the drafting of a bill to require all OHV users under the age of 16 to wear a helmet on all types of OHVs, while allowing adults to choose to wear a helmet when riding an OHV.
Thank you. And I believe this came from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Is there any comments or statements the department would like to make?
Thank you, Deputy Director Dominic Etchegoyen, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. The third component of this proposal is simply to require helmets for OHV riders who are under 16. When the commission was first established, July 1st, 2011, it was primarily to promote responsible use of OHVs. There was a large safety component that was key and part of that. There's the recognition that helmets saved lives. This proposal is simply to ensure that our youth grow up learning to make those types of responsible decisions. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Questions or comments from the committee?
I have a question, Chairman Parks.
Senator Hansen, please.
So Dominic, if a 14-year-old is riding a dirt bike and doesn't have his helmet, who actually gets cited, him or his parents?
That's a great question. It's something that I haven't considered yet in the development of this proposal conceptually. I believe there are grounds for both, and I think that's something that should be part of the discussion moving forward.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm all for safety. When my grandkids ride, they all have helmets, which we provide. But I'm very uncomfortable with, once again, doing the big brother thing and telling parents what they can and can't do with their kids, especially now that we know that it's unlimited on CCs. You can have a little tiny bike that's no different than a bicycle, basically, that's motorized a little bit. And now we're going to make them wear a big motorcycle helmet. I mean, what's the definition of a helmet? Is it going to be, like the bike type ones, or does it have to be a full blown motorcycle one because they aren't a motorized vehicle? To me, it's just overreach again. And I think those are the kind of things you leave up to parents and grandparents. And again, I don't want big brother hanging around, spying on everybody, nailing some kid because he's riding his dirt bike and he didn't put on the helmet or whatever. So I'll be a no on this one too. Thank you, Chairman Parks.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Further comments or questions from committee members?
Chairman Parks, Senator Goycochea.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am also going to oppose this. Most of the ATVs you look at have stickers on them that tell you you've got to be over 16 to ride them. And here we are, we're mandating that if you're under 16, you got to have a helmet. Does that somewhat make it legal then at that point? No, I think, again, I think we probably better take care of the first two issues we addressed before we start mandating you have a helmet. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. And in some cases, the child under 16 is not the driver, but rather just a rider on a vehicle. So I guess that we're looking at that as a consideration. I'm sure.
Chairman Parks, I'm sorry. Could I have another quick question for Dominic?
Sure may. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How about agriculture? Is there an exemption there? You know, I see on ranches and farms, young kids driving all over the place on four-wheelers, and they're generally, honestly, wearing a cowboy hat, some to protect them from the sun. Does this have an exemption for ag or what?
Again, no, conceptually, we haven't discussed the details. I think that's something that should be part of this discussion. There is an ag exemption within the OHV registration program itself for husbandry. I'll let you know that I grew up on a farm down in Gardnerville, down in Minden, Nevada. I grew up riding horses up in the mountains, putting up fence. And I remember when I came down and one time I put my saddle on my horse and I went to get a loose steer. And the horse just kept running right by that steer. It wanted to race. And I ended up putting the horse away and taking out a four-wheeler and going and putting the rope around the steer and taking it back to the barn. So definitely there's a lot of OHV use in the ag program. And I didn't have a helmet on then, but if I were raising my kids today, even in ranching practices, I'd ask if they had a helmet because I had a few accidents here and there, and it certainly would have been a lot safer for me. But that's an issue that's up for discussion by this committee. It's not something that we had fleshed out enough to have as part of this proposal today.
Thank you, Dominic. No, by your name, I thought you were Irish. I wasn't sure about your background. I knew you had some connection to livestock. No, I mean, you know, honestly, ag, just like I grew up riding horses too. And the idea, frankly, riding a horse is a lot more dangerous, in my opinion, than riding a four-wheeler, having been bucked off on occasion. So, you know, at some point, I can't wait to see Senator Gokachia with a nice motorcycle helmet on his head when he's off riding his horses, chasing down that lone steer you're talking about. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, this is Senator Brooks, if I may.
Yes, please, Senator Brooks.
I support, you know, as a motorcycle rider and somebody who's raced and rode off-road and has had a helmet save my life on a couple of occasions. I absolutely support requiring kids to wear helmets when they're on off-highway vehicles. But a lot of the comments brought up by Senator Hansen have really raised quite a bit of concerns in my mind about what we're considering off-highway vehicles. And so while I support this because I think legitimate off-highway vehicles and children operating them, they should have helmets. I'm super concerned now about what we're considering off-highway vehicles. And so I'll support this, but I look forward to participating in these conversations in the legislative session.
Thank you, Senator Brooks.
I have a brief comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Assemblyman Watts, please.
Thank you. I just want to say that I support this as well. Again, I think it's about creating a positive culture of safety and responsible use. You know, I think, again, there's valid policy concerns, but we should be discussing how we further that culture of safe and responsible use of these vehicles, recognizing some of the concerns brought up by all those who have spoken previously. You know, I think that we should have a policy discussion about these issues. I've spoken with folks from the Coalition for Nevada's Wildlife who have expressed some of their concerns in the letter that's been sent. And again, want to make sure that we're reaching out to them and all of the stakeholders who have been involved in the creation of OHV registration and the commission in previous sessions as we work to update the program moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Okay, further comments or questions?
Chairman Parks, Assemblywoman Hanson.
Yes, please.
Thank you. While I appreciate the intent, I know that, you know, the people involved in this process are concerned about the health and safety of those that, you know, use our public lands and enjoy the outdoors and safety. I think all of you will be glad you weren't raised by me, because I have the supreme law of the land authority in my home. And my children to this day know that mom's rule is you don't ride a street bike until I die. I've got a tremendous fear of street motorcycles, not because I don't think street bikes or riders are extremely safe. I think motorcycle riders are very safe. It's the car drivers that I worry about. And so my children, of course, they've been wearing helmets whenever they rode dirt bikes, because that was our rule. And so my libertarian tendencies here are that some of the best education comes when parents insist their kids use helmets. Now, can we guarantee that every parent is going to have their child wear a helmet? No. And sometimes kids will choose not to wear a helmet without their parents' knowledge. And it's that kind of when we can't answer the question definitively who will be penalized for violation of this possible legislation, I'm not comfortable with it. So again, I appreciate the intentions. I know they're good, but I'm not going to be able to support this measure.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. Further comments or questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Assemblyman Watts. I move that we adopt recommendation number 4.
Thank you. Do we have a second to Assemblyman Watts' motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. We have a second from Vice Chair Swank. Discussion on the motion. Okay, not hearing any. Turn it over to Mr. McDonald to do a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Gokachia,
No.
Senator Hanson,
No.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
Yes, I mean, sorry, no.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona, Chair Parks,
Yes, and please mark Mayor Corona as excused on this motion. Okay. Okay, the motion passes, and that now takes us to recommendation number 5. And I'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald to lead us through that recommendation.
Motion number 5 was requested by the Eureka County Board of County Commissioners. The request is to request the drafting of a bill to provide an exemption to the open meeting law to allow local governments to engage in deliberative and pre-decisional non-public meetings with federal agencies concerning National Environmental Policy Act matters. There is an attachment for this. It's attachment B. And I believe we have Mr. Jake Tibbetts available for any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll kind of open it up to the committee. I have had some discussions. I know Mr. Tippett can do a far better job, but what this really pertains to is when a local government does have cooperating agency status with a federal agency, under the existing requirements for that board to meet and actually discuss what the plans are. And this is, again, before the federal agency has truly submitted it. it becomes a question of whether they have to comply with the open meeting law as they are having these discussions as a cooperating agency. And that's, I believe, really where they're headed. So if the committee has any further questions of as far as how extensive or what else is intended, I'm sure Mr. Tipp answered them, but it's just a case, and it happens all the time. Local government is a cooperating agency, and yet under the strict guidelines as it's written, they have to agenda those meetings, and therefore, if it's an agendaed meeting for the board to meet with them, it's counterproductive. Technically, the federal agencies won't participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Assemblyman Watts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tibbetts, thank you for joining us. My question is, so if you, for example, were meeting with the federal agencies on behalf of Eureka County, is there the open meeting law would not apply to that, right? It would be for more than one county commissioner to meet with the federal agencies as part of the NEPA process. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Tibbetts, please.
All right, thank you. Yes, Assemblyman Watts, thanks for the question. That is correct that, for a staff member like myself, it's the public body that's under the open meeting law. So it allows staff folks and bodies that aren't, or agencies that aren't subject to the open meeting law to meet with federal agencies in that deliberative and pre-decisional process, but it doesn't allow a public body without agendizing the meeting and having a public meeting where then the public comes and participates. So I have more information to provide, kind of justification for it. Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to, I can at any time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Again, Jake Tibbetts. I'm the Natural Resource Manager for Eureka County. And, I heard loud and clear the comments of Mr. Donnelly that he expressed in the public comment at the beginning. I also see on the website the Nevada Open Government Coalition, Mr. File has filed some opposition or a letter in opposition to this. And I think, we don't know what the solution is to this issue. We're proposing exemption under open meeting law, but we'd like those discussions to just let you be aware of the issues that are involved there. So the federal regulations for both the Department of Interior agencies, like the Bureau of Land Management, the USDA agencies, like the U.S. Forest Service and others, there's the main NEPA regulations, and then there's the agency-specific regulations. And as our background information has, there's a Freedom of Information Act Exemption 5 that the agencies want to preserve, which is to allow that frank, open conversation with other agencies, state, local, tribal, all those agencies for that pre-public process before documents are put out to the public. And so agencies it's called jurisdiction by law or special expertise can become a cooperating agency. Well, those regulations require to be a cooperating agency that we sign a memorandum of understanding, essentially saying that we commit, and I'll read the DOI regulation right here, word for word. A memorandum of understanding must be used in the case of non-federal agencies and must include a commitment to maintain the confidentiality of documents and deliberations during the public period during the period prior to the public release by the Bureau of any NEPA document, including drafts. So that's a requirement they impose. And so we get into this sticky issue where, my job for Eureka County is to participate, but it's not the body, it's not the county commission. And oftentimes, there's different perspectives. That's why we elect our officials and have more than just, the king. We have the various different interests of our elected bodies so they can deliberate and advocate for their constituents. I understand the angst behind this, but I want to just to point out right now that the process right now is if our county commission wanted to participate, they can do it each individually as an individual, and they can weigh in their input to me, and I can transfer that to the Bureau of Land Management, say, if that's an agency we're working with. Or they can individually advocate as an individual county commissioner, but as a body, there's just no way to come together on, a common theme for the county. I want to note that all these regulations, I've got the DOI regulation, the Forest Service, the Council of Environmental Quality guidance, the BLM Desk Guide to Cooperating Agency Relationships. All of these things make it clear that this is only during the pre-decisional and deliberative process. Once any of these agencies releases the documents for the public, where they start the official public process, the documents go out for public review, all of that information is then available. So anything that's gone into developing what ends up being in that draft document, that's available. The county's perspective that went into whatever that draft document is, that becomes available. We're not advocating a change in Nevada public records law. We're not saying that. So any of those public records as part of this process, the Freedom of Information Act at the federal level, that all stays in play. We're only talking about having a exemption similar to like a litigation meeting when the county commission meets with their counsel, where they can engage in that open dialogue with the federal agency. But then it all becomes very transparent and open at that time. The county commission then can be public about it. They can have their open meetings, gather the public input themselves, and make sure that they're advocating for the public interest of their constituents at that time. So we're not trying to, hide the ball and do something. I just want to outline this is a real issue, and we really want to try to get away for public bodies to actively engage and make sure that the interests of Nevada are really taken into account in these NEPA processes. I can take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Questions for the committee?
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Yes, please, Vice Chair Swank, please.
So thank you, Mr. Tibbetts, for bringing this to our attention. And so, as you said, this is a federal requirement. So I imagine that this is something that a lot of other states and other small jurisdictions wrestle with. So what other models do we have out there? How has this probably been handled in other places? That would be a good guide for us, I think.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Swank, thank you for the question. I think that's a great point. I actually tried to look at some of the other states, and I didn't find much, about their government in the sunshine laws and open meeting laws and whatever. So I didn't find much guidance from some of our more heavily public land states. So I think that'd be some good background maybe LCB could work with on that. I do want to point out that if we don't sign a cooperating agency MOU, and that's any state or federal agency wants to be a cooperating agency, if you don't sign that required MOU that you won't disclose this information, then a lot of times the agency, they can still allow you to be a cooperating agency, but they won't give you the things that, they don't want disclosed. So it just is, again, it seems this paradoxical that we're trying to have active engagement with our federal partners, but we can't fully participate as a public body in some of those pre-decisional and deliberative discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Vice Chair Swank, did you have follow-up or any additional?
I think if the committee does decide to go forward with this, I think taking a thorough look at how this is handled elsewhere is probably the best initial step forward to see if there is a resolution.
Thank
Chair, I have
you.
a question. I'm sorry.
Yes, Senator Hansen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jake, how many, you have what, 3 commissioners or 5 commissioners in Eureka?
We have 3 commissioners here.
3, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, there is an irony here. Just so you know, look, this is a very common issue, not just dealing with federal agencies. The irony is that we as a legislative body exclude ourselves from the open meeting law, but we're very, very strict when it comes to the county commissions. And I've talked to a lot of county commissioners, and they're frustrated because of this exact issue. They're not able to have any sort of dialogue that we as legislators at the state level take totally for granted, that we do all the time. So all this is at this point is enabling legislation to essentially go and look at the open meeting law in a very narrow context of dealing with a federal agency and a county commission. Is that putting it succinctly?
Yes, Senator, it would be very narrow in an open meeting law process only when you're an official cooperating agency under the National Environmental Policy Act. So it's not open-ended. Whenever you want, the full board to go meet with the federal agency. It's in a very specific context when you've signed a memorandum of understanding being a cooperating agency under NEPA.
So it's even more narrow than I thought it was. Well, the reason I bring it up is at some point the legislature does need to look at it. It's one of those ones that the visibility factor is a little bit frightening because everybody in the public thinks that open meeting laws are great, but for the practical side of it, the applications for the commissions, for example, it's exceptionally frustrating. So this is so narrowly tailored that I don't see any fault with it. I don't think there'll be any political fallout from it. It's not like we're suddenly going to allow county commissioners to be meeting in those supposed smoke-filled dark rooms in the back and bypassing the public input process. So I think we can support this. And honestly, for the rest of my fellow legislators who are going to be back in the next session, we do need to look at the open meeting law and see if we can come up with a little more flexibility for some of these kind of things. This type of problem is very common. And while I'm totally supportive of keeping everything as open as possible, there's got to be some reasonableness to it that we can address, especially as the commissioners always love to point out that we exempt ourselves from these same rules. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Appreciate that. Further comments or questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Assemblyman Daly, please.
Thank you, Chair Parks. And I think I understand. Thank you for the comments from the Eureka County. Trying to understand some of the stuff in the two block you find yourself in is you catch 22 almost. And I'm very reluctant to change the open meeting law on some of this stuff because what I've seen, so they do the behind the scenes, they interact with the federal agency as almost making a work product, I think was the term that was used in the attachment. And then you come out with the draft or you come out with a policy that then is made public by the federal agency with a period for comment and various things. But what I've seen, and I'm sure I've been to as many or more public meetings than my colleague, Senator Hansen. But what you see a lot is all that stuff is done. You come out with the recommendation, staff gets up and gives a recommendation, and the elected officials from my scene, if they don't want to talk, they will not talk. You can go up and talk to your blue in the face, give comments to your blue in the face. They'll ignore you, vote on what they know, and move on. And I think that's a problem that I don't know how you address either, but that's been the experience that I've had, which causes me concern on the whole. You have to have it out in the open in the meeting so people can see, how the hamburger is made. And I agree with Senator Hansen. We do exempt ourselves, but it comes with the territory, I guess.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mr. Tibbetts, did you have a comment?
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks. The issue, I think there is kind of maybe there's some language that could be considered when there was if you were to move forward on drafting of this to just make it clear that a public body that they must disclose their comments and their position on the proposed action that's being analyzed when it becomes released to the public. I think similar to a body, a public body being able to meet with their currently under open meeting law with their counsel, but then they have to make that public vote on what they're moving forward with. And so, on any kind of litigation. So I think it could similar here that's what we do here. We're a cooperating agency. I participate representing Eureka County, but when it gets to that public process and those documents are available, at that point, it's been released to the public and the information that's gone into that half-baked document or whatever it is available for the public. So at that point, I think the county commission is not beholden to that confidentiality anymore. They can disclose, and and I believe they should. I think for the public interest that they should disclose that here's our position on this. We've advocated all along the way, and when it's now a public process, they can come out and actively be transparent about, what their position is officially.
Ms. Parks, if I can follow up there.
Yes, Assemblyman Daly, please follow up.
Thank you. And I understand, and like I say, I understand the catch-22. I also understand that elected officials, when they get into some of these things on developments or whatever it might be, not just these issues, are reluctant to say too many things, because they are fearful of litigation and various things. And I've seen those things come up as well, and why they are very tight-lipped about some of the thought processes that went into their decision. They talk about their decision and make their decision, and off they run. I understand it's a delicate thing, and if it does make it through and get to the legislature, obviously it's got to go through I believe the government affairs committees take up the open meeting law, and I'm sure there'll be a robust discussion on the merits and the applicability and how narrow or broad this would be. So I have confidence that the legislature will be able to address this, so I can support it today, but I have my reservations, just to be clear.
Thank you, Assemblyman Daly. Further questions from the committee?
Yes, Chair Parks, I have a quick follow-up.
Yes, please, Assemblyman Watts.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the additional clarity and comments, Mr. Tibbetts. I certainly appreciate where you're coming from. I think that you've laid out the issue and what you're seeking to address, and I have full confidence that is this small issue that you're seeking to address. I share Assemblyman Daly's concerns with opening up open meeting law as the solution to this issue, given that we don't have similar policy in other areas listed as the solution to it. So given that, and while I again completely understand where you're coming from and appreciate the position, I'm going to be a no on moving forward with this bill at this time.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Further questions from the committee? Okay, I have a question for legal counsel, and I guess my question dealing with this is, has there been anything that you're aware of where a precedent may have been set to have some legislation similar to this outside the NEPA process?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are some very limited exceptions to the open meeting law. For example, a public body can close a portion of a meeting to discuss the character of a person. I'm not sure whether there's any existing provision on this particular issue, but there certainly are exceptions to the open meeting law, and this would just be a limited exception where the public body itself would still be subject to the open meeting law generally, but for this very limited purpose, they would be able to not comply with those requirements under those circumstances. So it's a policy decision for the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Clarkson, for that input. So with that, I'll ask if there are any further questions from the committee. And if not, I'm open to accepting a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Senator Goycochea. If I could just make a comment before we actually get to the motion, and then I will make that motion, but clearly, I think it's the fact that if you have an MOU with a federal agency in order to be granted this exception, that in itself is a document that, clearly both agencies would have to agree with and agree that it was outside the scope of a public record. So, I'm familiar with how it works and the cooperating agency status and how much it handcuffs you if, in fact, you don't have the ability to do the MOU and I anticipate. So, and again, in the state of Nevada, where we have so much public lands, all counties, even Clark County, need to have that ability. So with that, I will make a motion to bring a BDR forward that does in fact allow an exemption to the open meeting law if you do have a signed MOU with a federal agency that allows you cooperating agency status that must be kept confidential until those public records are released.
Thank you, Senator Goycochea. Do we have a second for that motion?
A second.
Okay. I'm sorry. Who made that motion? Was that Assemblywoman Hanson?
Senator Brooks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Brooks, thank you for seconding that motion. Now we'll go to discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion? I think it was quite well stated by Senator Goycochea. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald to do roll call.
Senator Brooks?
Yes.
Senator Goycochea?
Yes.
Senator Hanson?
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank?
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts?
No.
Mayor Corona? Chair Parks?
Yes. And once again, please excuse Mayor Corona. Okay. Thank you. The motion passes. That concludes our recommendation number 5, and we can proceed on to recommendation number 6. Mr. McDonald, please.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation number 6 is to request the drafting of a bill to list the Spring Valley population of the swamp cedar as a fully protected species of native flora. This was recommended by Assemblyman Watts on behalf of the Confederated Tribes of the Goshen Reservation, Ely Shoshone Tribe, and the Duckwater Shoshone Tribe. And they did submit a letter with some background information. That is attachment C of the work session document. I believe we do have a number of people available to take questions. We've been in contact with Ms. Spilberry and Mr. Sanford, and I believe DCNR may be able to provide some information if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I'll turn it over, first of all, to Assemblyman Watts to make opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it very brief. Most of the background is provided in the letter submitted by the 3 tribes. And for those who have been to Eastern Nevada near Great Basin National Park and the notable area of Spring Valley with the wind farm, you'll see a lush grove of trees in the valley known as the swamp cedars. They have a lot of historical, cultural, and spiritual importance to these tribes and are unique for growing in the valley floor. And so for those reasons, the tribes are seeking some additional designation and recognition of those unique trees. So I'll just leave it at that and open it up for questions, discussion, and presentations from the folks that are also on the meeting.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Okay, at this time, if we have any guests who would like to make a brief comment, we invite that comment.
Will you call on me?
Oh, yes, I believe.
Greetings.
Oh, hi. Good evening. Good morning.
It's okay. I was asleep. I am Delane Stark Spilsbury, a small business owner, former Nevada test site employee, and a full-blooded Western Shoshone elder. I am enrolled with the Ely Shoshone tribe and currently live near McGill. I am a former Indian Territory chair on the Nevada Commission on Tourism and currently serve on the boards of the Great Basin National Heritage Area and the Great Basin Water Network. Today, I am here on behalf of the indigenous communities in Eastern Nevada and Western Utah who want to protect our heritage. We are very grateful to Assemblyman Watts and the committee. This is truly historic. For many years, the Confederated Tribes of the Goshute Reservation, the Ely Shoshone, and the Duckwater Shoshone have been working to tell an important story about our heritage. Thank you for the opportunity. I am here to tell my family's story and express to you all why we must protect sacred tribal resources within Spring Valley, which is in White Pine County and nestled between Snake Range and the Shell Creek Range. My mother was born on land that is now within the borders of Great Basin National Park. My father was born just west of Spring Valley in White River Valley. My family has been in this part of the Great Basin for time immemorial. I am here today to encourage you all to protect what's sacred to my family and my tribe. The Spring Valley stands of Rocky Mountain juniper trees, known locally as the swamp cedars. Spiritually and culturally, the swamp cedars grow within an area referred to by my people as Basawabi, which means the sacred water valley in the Nua language. Basawabi was an important meeting place for the Nua and still is today. Before colonization, indigenous people from across the Great Basin traveled far and wide to congregate in Spring Valley. It was a place for prayer, celebration, medication, and rejuvenation, and that remains so today. The spiritual and cultural past of the swamp cedars represent what is meant to be native and what it means to be Nua. However, the swamp cedars also tell a damning story about the history of Nevada and the colonization of my people. Spring Valley was home to at least 3 massacres of Native people between 1850 and 1900. 2 were military-led engagements. The third was conducted by a band of vigilantes. My grandmother was one of 2 children who survived the last massacre. As she hid in the ditch, she witnessed bloodthirsty thugs kill off her relatives and friends and desecrate her place of worship, her place of solace. For the remaining Nua people, it is our firmest belief that the swamp cedars in Spring Valley embody the spirits of the lives lost during those 3 massacres. The significance of Basawabi to my people is hard to describe. One comparison would be to places like Mecca or Vatican City. However, another comparison would be to a massacre site like Wounded Knee and countless other sites where Native people were unjustly attacked. These facts are well established. That is why Basawabi is listed on the National Register of Historic Places as a traditional cultural property. Unfortunately, that status does not ensure that the swamp cedars will continue to thrive there. Climate change, drought, overpumping of the water table, and human activity are real threats to the long-term survival of the swamp cedars. Now that you know a little bit about the history of Spring Valley and Basawabi, it is important to understand the fragile place the swamp cedars have in ecosystem there. The Rocky Mountain junipers in Spring Valley are unlike any other stand of species in the American West. The Spring Valley swamp cedar grow at an elevation of 6,000 feet, and they're down in the floor of the valley. And in most other locations across the Mountain West, they grow above 8,000 feet on the mountains. The high water table in Spring Valley allows the shallow-rooted swamp cedars to exist. They are sandwiched on BLM lands alongside agricultural operations. When you walk through our sacred site, it's not uncommon to see livestock species. We are requesting legislation that will allow the swamp cedars to have a layer of protection at the state level by using statute to place the trees on the state's list of fully protected flora. They are enigmatic. They are an anomaly. They are also likely at a biological level on their way to becoming their own. That is why the legislature must act to list these trees. The legislation would ensure that the Nevada Division of Forestry would have to issue a permit before any small swamp cedar tree is taken. This would be like getting permission to remove someone's tombstone from a graveyard. We're not asking to kick out the cattle and sheep that graze alongside our ancestors. We are not asking to seal the borders. We are just asking for our religious and cultural beliefs to be respected and understood. Our identity as Native people is inextricably tied to Bassa Wabi and the swamp cedars. Losing the cedars means losing us. We cannot be erased. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pillsbury, for that presentation. Do we have any other presentations, either Mr. Sanford or the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for the Forestry Division? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
I'm sorry. Yes, Deputy Director Dominic Etchegoyen with the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. If I may, I would like to provide some comment.
Yes, please proceed.
Let me begin by saying that undoubtedly we recognize how important the swamp cedars are as a cultural resource. And I hope that what I say doesn't offend the tribes with this respect. Our concern is that these swamp cedars are a local name for Rocky Mountain junipers, which are a widespread Western species. We do recognize that these particular cedars are located in unusual habitat, and they are isolated from other populations of Rocky Mountain juniper. To my knowledge, however, I don't think the genetic research has been conducted to indicate that these swamp cedars are a separate species. But the bigger concern here is the precedent that introducing politics to the listing process and the slippery slope that would be created and the potential unintended consequences, as it would permit species to be legislatively added or removed from Nevada's list of fully protected species of native flora. So we think it's advisable the state forester continue to make these listing decisions after consulting with competent authorities, as is currently set forth in NRS 527.270. And that's our primary concern and our only comment, but we absolutely understand the importance of this cultural resource, and we think there are other ways to ensure that we protect it, and we think it could be beneficial to look at funding a genetic study so we could really determine if this species is a separate species that should be protected. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any questions for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources?
I have some questions.
Okay, well,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, let's start with Vice Chair Swank and then go to Senator Gokachia.
Thank you. So first, before I start,
this is Monty Sanford. I sort of forgot. I was I didn't I have my phone on. I had it muted, and so I sort of missed my chance to talk earlier.
Yeah, Mr. Sanford, I'll get to you in a minute. In the meantime, I'd like to hear from several of our committee members. So Vice Chair Swank, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before I start with my questions, which are mostly about process, I just want to say that I've been working in my day job over the last year. I know the National Trust for Historic Preservation was considering, I'm not sure where it is in the process of naming the swamp cedars to the 11 most endangered, their 11 most endangered list for 2020. And I know I've had several conversations with the National Trust supporting that, that endeavor. I have a question on clarification and then a couple questions on process. So looking in what is listed in the work session document, it says under number 6 to request the drafting of a bill to list the swamp cedars. So it's the request a bill to immediately list it through that bill. And then looking in the letter that is in the attachment, it says to instruct the Nevada Division of Forestry to list. So I think those seem to me to be very different intents. The former is more to create a bill that says we are going to list this legislatively, and the latter is more of a letter of instruction to the Nevada Division of Forestry. So I think I need first just some clarification on what is being requested as part of this bill draft.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. I'll ask Assemblyman Watts if he'd like to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Assemblyman Watts for the record. And also understanding the concerns that were raised by the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. I believe that the ultimate goal is just to ensure that the swamp cedars are listed and protected. I think that it may make more sense to do that directly legislatively, as opposed to dictating the process used by the agency to make those determinations.
Okay, so then that leads me to other questions in that if, because it's my understanding that the listing of endangered flora goes through a process through the Nevada Division of Forestry, and it is not something that in the past has been done in statute or something that's been done legislatively. So I'm wondering, I'm always hesitant to pull in any process that's working already in a department such as in the Division of Forestry. And so I'm always hesitant to say, let's make this something that we're going to do by policy, at the legislative level, instead of having it be with the folks who are experts in the area. And so my concern is that, I mean, do we have a problem? Is there a problem in the Division of Forestry that needs to be addressed in that they are not recognizing the swamp cedars, which and that there's not a process in place that's moving? Is there a problem at the staffing level as far as the Division of Forestry? Also, then, if we are going to then move this process of designating flora as endangered to the legislature, to the other branch of government, then we need to recognize that we know that means that the legislature could also unprotect a variety of endangered flora. And that makes me very concerned to have that process at the legislative level where we could just as quickly designate as undesignate. And there are a lot of flora out there that really should remain designated. And also we're a citizen legislature, right? I'm an anthropologist. I mean, I am not someone who has expertise in this area. So I'm not sure who is to answer all of those questions, but there's a lot of concerns I have with, do we have a problem at the Division of Forestry of this process not working? And then what happens when suddenly we can then unprotect anything that's been protected if we move this into a legislative, under the legislature for their purview?
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. This is Assemblyman Watts. I'll let the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources speak to the Division of Forestry and to what extent they have evaluated or considered the process of adding the swamp cedars under existing NAC. To address some of the other concerns, we could also consider moving outside of the established process and simply designating it within the statute as a protected species or outside of the listing process that is currently defined in statute and the specific list that is under NAC. Again, I think the ultimate goal is to ensure that the population has those enhanced protections. So I'm open to discussion of ways that we can do that while preserving the existing process that's in place. We could also direct the department to undergo the process if they have not done so or considered doing so. But my preference would be to come up with a statutory solution that recognizes and protects this population of trees.
Thank you for that. And I would like to hear from Mr. Echegoyen too, but I think my concern is that if we do this for one, then we're going to continue this process, right? Then there's going to be more, there are going to be more species that need to be protected. And that'll be a continual process that once we set this up, that the legislature will have set that precedent. So I'm a little concerned about that process. I totally agree. We need to find a path here. We've got to find a way to protect these trees. And I want to be very careful about how we do that. So I think if Mr. Echegoyen could talk a bit about the process at NDF and where they are and when they expect that they're in, maybe we need to look at something designating habitat, not necessarily the trees themselves. Is there a different tack that we can take if we know that the trees are not quite yet a distinct species, but they're in a very unusual habitat? So are there other paths that we can go to get those protections? And can we get this moving along at NDF?
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. We'll turn it back over to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Director Dominique Echegoyen, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. The Nevada Division of Forestry is not currently participating or engaging in a process to add this species to the list of fully protected species of native flora. You can find that list in NAC 527.010. Currently, there are about 24 species on that list. As some of you may know, NDF is currently going through the process to determine whether or not to add team buckwheat to that list. So we can look at that process as the process that Division of Forestry uses to determine whether or not to add a species to this list. NDF, Division of Forestry, does not do this on its own. There's also a process by which the Division of Natural Heritage participates as qualified professionals to bring species of concern to the attention of the forester to go through this process. It's my understanding that that has not occurred in this instance. I think primarily the question here goes back to whether or not what are locally known as swamp cedars are a genetically distinct species. And it's my understanding that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has not recognized the swamp cedars as a distinct species. Neither has the Division of Forestry. And that's why I mentioned that it could be beneficial to fund a genetic study so we can understand whether or not it's appropriate to add swamp cedars under this list of fully protected species, or if there are other mechanisms that we should use to protect these swamp cedars because of their cultural significance and the other unique characteristics of their location.
Mr. Chair, this is Assemblyman Watts. May I have a quick follow-up with Mr. Echegoyen?
Yes, thank you. Assemblyman Watts, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring this up because I know it was brought up before, I believe, in your remarks. And we're really talking about a very distinct and isolated subpopulation of Rocky Mountain junipers. And so my question is, I know under the Endangered Species Act, there have been distinct subpopulations that are not genetically distinct subspecies that have received protection. And so I'm wondering, under our state statutes and regulations, is there anything that defines these or allows for the listing of similar distinct subpopulations of flora or fauna?
Thank you for the question. Deputy Director Dominic Echegoyen, Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Assemblyman Watts, that's something I'm going to have to look into a little bit more. My understanding is, say that looking at the Endangered Species Act, which is not the state, but the federal program, we do have distinct population segments there that are considered, but that designation only applies to vertebrate animals, and it wouldn't apply to invertebrates such as flora. I believe that is how our Division of Forestry and the State Forester have continued to look at our state list of fully protected species for native flora as well. But I'm going to want to look into that a little bit more so that I can determine what the opportunities are for looking at distinct population segments.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment when I have a chance.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hansen, please proceed.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I think Senator Gokachia was ahead of me, but if you'd like, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gokachia. I'm concerned as well as, and I understand where Mr. Echegoyen's coming from. Technically, we haven't established that they are a subspecies or they are a Rocky Mountain juniper at this point that is growing in some unique habitat. I'm very familiar with the grove. I know where they are. But again, it is BLM land. Are we better suited in the short term until we actually come up with the documentation and the study that says they are a unique species? Are we better off with a resolution that, on the federal level that requires that the BLM withdraw that? That can be done. I feel a lot more comfortable in having the legislature, in fact, start withdrawing species and or habitat every 2 years as we move through this state and decide, well, we need to protect this, we need to protect that, and then we reverse it 2 years later. So I'm just hoping that there's a different venue. I agree with Dominic. There definitely needs to be the study that determines they are a separate subspecies. But I'm not a botanist. I don't know. I know the trees. I know where they're growing, and they are different. But I think genetically they are a Rocky Mountain juniper. And if we make them a protected species, then we run afoul of a lot of other programs we've got going in this state, whether it's sage-grouse, pinyon juniper removal, the encroachment issues, wildland fire protection. Again, they are the same species until we determine otherwise. So we have to be very cautious. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. Now to Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we're getting the cart ahead of the horse here a little bit. We've kind of made some assumptions on what this distinct population is, and until they're actually genetically shown to be different, I think we're approaching this wrong. In my mind, if this is an historical site, because the massacres that occurred there, it would seem to me that what we should do is figure out how many acres we're talking and get it set aside that way. It is Assemblywoman Swank and Senator Gokachia were right on the money. We don't want to get the Nevada Legislature making the determinations of what are or are not endangered species. That's just not our realm at all. So that premise right off the bat is a flawed one. The goal, though, here is to try to preserve this grove of trees as a heritage site. So it would seem to me our approach, rather than trying to claim that the Rocky Mountain junipers, which what it sounds like, these are not genetically, nobody's shown yet anyway, that they're genetically unique. Why can't we block off, what was it, 100 acres, 200 acres, 50 acres? Do something along those lines, or request that from the BLM, and turn it into some sort of a heritage site. Because going down the idea of a Rocky Mountain juniper potentially being considered endangered, when there are tens of millions of acres in the West that are covered with these type of trees and are a problem that we're working on as the committee, and PJ removal. As soon as I say PJ removal, everybody on this committee knows what I'm talking about. And the J in that includes Rocky Mountain junipers. So, in my part of the state, it's Western junipers, but once you get about the Diamonds East, it's Rocky Mountain junipers. So it would seem to me the way to look at this would be, number one, we want to accomplish the goal of creating some sort of a heritage site. Two, though, in the process, we don't want to say Rocky Mountain junipers are potentially an endangered species, way too broad. Does anybody know how many acres this special site is? I mean, we talking, I'd like to know the kind of boundaries we're describing here.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. I'm not certain if we know the exact dimension or acreage.
It doesn't have to be exact. I mean, what's does anybody know roughly?
This is Assemblyman Watts. Perhaps our other presenter may be able to speak to that.
Thank you.
This is Senator Garcia. I'm going to say, Elaine, wouldn't you agree? 300 to 500 acres
in that area. Is Monty Sanford still on his phone? He would have that information.
Yes, so we're going to talk to him in a minute. And
Okay.
maybe he can help us. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Senator Gokachia. Thank you, Ms. Spilsbury. And if Mr. Sanford is available, we'd love to hear from you.
Okay, I think I unmuted myself. Does this work?
We're hearing you now. Thank you. Please
Hello?
proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if I should. Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry for earlier. I jumped in on Assemblywoman Swank, and I didn't mean to do that, but wanted to get some comments in. And so, Delane Spilsbury provided some of the main points that I was going to talk about, and I'm kind of wondering at this point, maybe I kind of shorten up what I was going to say and leave out some of the things that Delane already mentioned. So let me just start from the top there, and I'll clip out a few things that Delane has already mentioned, so I'm not repeating myself. But let me introduce myself first. I'm Dr. Monty Sanford. I have worked on behalf of the Confederated Tribes of the Goshu, the Duckwater, and Ely Shoshone tribes for over a decade on matters concerning the protection of swamp cedars. As a consultant, one of my assignments from the tribes was to prepare the nomination document to list swamp cedars on the National Register of Historic Places. And that nomination, which included some pretty outstanding support from the Nevada Historic Preservation Office, was ultimately successful. And in 2017, the Park Service, the National Park Service, listed swamp cedars on the National Register as a traditional cultural property. And since there were some questions about acreage, that traditional cultural property is about 14,175 acres. But before I get into talking more about that, I do want to say that I am here on behalf of the tribes to share with you what makes swamp cedar so unique, what makes it irreplaceable, and what makes it worthy of Nevada legislative protection. Swamp Cedars is singular in its indigenous cultural, ceremonial, and spiritual values. It is singular in its educational value, especially in terms of passing down tribal cultural knowledge, tribal cultural ecological knowledge as well. It is singular in its historic value, and it is singular in its scientific value, which we think goes back to some of the debate that was just arising there regarding distinct species. But before I jump into providing more details on that, I just want to take a moment to thank the committee on behalf of the tribes for this opportunity. We do appreciate that you have created some space for us to share our culture, our history, and our connection to Swamp Cedars. The tribes rarely share much information about sacred and cultural sites. These areas are often held in secret in order to keep our sacred areas free of vandalism or free from other forms of destruction. But in the case of Swamp Cedars, we have chosen to share its historical and cultural and scientific significance because we believe that by doing so, we will help to protect this area in perpetuity and for the benefit not just of our indigenous communities, but for all people in the state of Nevada. So on behalf of the tribes, again, thank you for this opportunity. So first, let me begin by talking about and adding to what Delane has said regarding the historical values of Swamp Cedars. The grove of Swamp Cedars, I'm going to talk about acreage for a moment. You know that TCP, traditional cultural property, is over 14,000 acres. What the BLM listed as a area of critical environmental concern is only several thousand. It's only about 2,000 acres, maybe even less. And it's only the very southern edge of Swamp Cedars is what the BLM has as an ACEC. But that grove of Swamp Cedars, the entire 14,000 acres by the windmills and north of the windmills, it's undoubtedly a relic of the Pleistocene era, which came to a close roughly 12,000 years ago. So at that time, the climate was shifting to a warmer and drier era, and these were left as a distinct population, separate and apart from other Rocky Mountain junipers. So for the last 12,000 years, these trees have been in isolation from the other Rocky Mountain junipers. And since that time, the grove has been able to persist in the valley bottom due to the shallow perched water table, due to the abundance of springs and spring-fed meadows, and due to the seepage of groundwater at the depths where the trees can use that water. Coinciding with this ancient grove of Swamp Cedars are our own ancestral connections to it. According to tribal traditions, Swamp Cedars was home to the tribes since time immemorial, as Delane has mentioned. And archaeological evidence clearly supports that our tribal ancestors occupied Spring Valley and Swamp Cedars area since 12,000 to 14,000 years ago. Importantly, the ancient grove of Swamp Cedars was a ceremonial gathering area. The tribe's traditions hold that the people from different tribes came to Swamp Cedars to hold large ceremonial gatherings every single year, year after year, for thousands and thousands of years. Amid the ancient sacred grove, our tribal people gathered in ceremony, prayed, gave thanks to the Creator, and made their families and communities stronger. I want to reemphasize this. We know of no other place in the world like Swamp Cedars where indigenous communities gathered at a sacred grove in the desert, coming from nearby and far distant regions for the purposes of large ceremonial gatherings. It is a globally unique environment on that point alone. So there really is not a good comparison to how significant Swamp Cedars is to the Goshute and Western Shoshone peoples. But for comparison's sake, it should be held as holy as a site on par with something like the Vatican or Mecca, and I think Delane mentioned that. But instead of a man-made stone structures and cathedrals, we have sacred trees. We have the Swamp Cedar trees that the tribes hold as holy. The longstanding tribal ceremonial traditions at Swamp Cedars were abruptly disrupted in the 1800s, as Delane mentioned, during the time of westward expansion. There were three massacres, and I just want to touch on those briefly again, because it's part of what makes Swamp Cedars significant, and especially kind of emotional for a lot of tribal members today. And that is that, the three massacres at Swamp Cedars were really an extension of the Native American genocide that began at the time of Columbus and reached the Goshute and Western Shoshone at Swamp Cedars in the mid to late 1800s. The massacres were in 1859, 1863, and 1897. Swamp Cedars was specifically targeted because it was a ceremonial gathering area. It made tribal people easy targets for mass murder. And those massacres were successful. The first massacre culminated in the death of 550 to 700 men, women, and children. In fact, it was the largest massacre of Indian people in the United States after signing the Declaration of Independence. The other two massacres did not result in as many deaths, according to reports in tribal oral histories. But still, the tribal traditions hold that, as Delane mentioned, every swamp cedar tree now grows in a place where a fallen ancestor was murdered. The trees are holy, and the trees provide a vital connection between tribal members today and their ancestors of the past, going back for 12,000 years. Despite the repeated premeditated attempts to exterminate Goshute and Western Shoshone people and their spiritual and cultural use of swamp cedars, the tribes have persisted, and the tribes continue to carry on their customs and traditions there. And with that, I now want to say a few words more about the tribe's more modern day cultural and traditional use of swamp cedars. And I'll keep this brief because Delane has provided some of this already. But tribal members still today go to swamp cedars to carry on their ancient traditions, their spiritual practices, their use of the area to pass down traditional knowledge and stories to younger generations. These gatherings may not be in large groups, but people still use the sacred grove to carry on their cultural and spiritual traditions. At Swamp Cedars, it is both the swamp cedar trees themselves and the spring water that are especially sacred and that are used in ceremonies and that provide tribal people with medicine, healing, and their connection with their ancestors. Tribal elders and spiritual leaders have always said, without swamp cedars, we cannot be whole as people. If the trees die, we will not be able to preserve our culture. Who we are as Indigenous people is rooted in the swamp cedars. One other point I want to make regarding the tribe's cultural use of swamp cedars is this. The centuries-long genocide and oppression of Goshute and Western Shoshone people essentially truncated the large-scale intertribal ceremonial gatherings at Swamp Cedars. Over the last 150 to 180 years, the tribes used swamp cedars on a much more lower-key level, and it has remained low-key level until recently. But now the tribes are planning to restore their intertribal ceremonial gatherings at Swamp Cedars, and the tribes are seeking the committees and legislatures' support for this by ensuring that the site will be protected now and for future generations, which means to protect the trees. The last major point I want to make to the committee falls more on the scientific value of swamp cedar trees. As I said previously, the trees are a relic of the Pleistocene era, 12,000 years ago and more. And over many thousands of years, they have remained isolated as a distinct population. Basic population biology tells us that isolated populations over many thousands of years end up as distinct subspecies, or perhaps not species, but distinct populations. And accordingly, or according to David Charlet, Dr. David Charlet, who I believe is at the Community College in Southern Nevada, he believes that the swamp cedar trees are in fact in the midst of becoming their own species. Moreover, the trees may be due for taxonomic correction as a distinct subspecies of the Juniperus scapularum. And without a doubt, they are a globally unique ecotype, not found anywhere else in Nevada, not anywhere else in the western United States or the world. Swamp cedar trees are deserving of protection by the state. And I just want to touch on, a few comments maybe made by the Department of Natural Resources, and that is that we're not asking for protection of all Rocky Mountain juniper trees. We're asking for protection of the swamp cedar trees, which is a single large grove of swamp cedars in Spring Valley. We're not asking for protection of Rocky Mountain junipers in central Nevada. We're not asking for protection of Rocky Mountain junipers anywhere else other than that distinct population in Spring Valley. So I want to make that clear to the committee and the assemblymen that we're not trying to make this so broad that we want to list all of that Rocky Mountain juniper species. That's not our intent. And we believe that there's ways to ensure that it would be defined only as the swamp cedar trees in Spring Valley. And that could be confined to, you could even confine it to an elevation, a certain elevation. But in closing, I just want to add that providing some historical and cultural background, that I've been able to help you understand a little bit more about this unique, significant area called swamp cedars. And it's not only to indigenous people, but also the people of the state of Nevada as a whole. We believe that the more people who learn about and discover the history and culture at swamp cedars, it will enrich our communities and the public as a whole. So again, the tribes are requesting legislation to protect the swamp cedar trees, not all Rocky Mountain junipers. And it is undoubtedly a fact that this is a distinct population, and that the legislature could, designate this as a distinct population rather than having to designate it as a species as a whole. And that kind of wraps up my comments on that. I want to thank the members of the committee and the assemblymen for taking the time to listen, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanford, for that presentation. I'll turn it over to the committee for any questions that they may have. And we'll start with Assemblyman Watts. Would you like to lead off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, in recognition of some of the comments that have come up before, and appreciating in particular Senator Hansen's comments about general agreement upon the goal of protecting this area and these special plants. I'm open to suggestions. I'd direct my colleagues to NRS 527, which discusses other things, including protection of Christmas trees, cacti, and yucca, the limitations on the use of mechanical devices for harvesting pine nuts or cones from pinyon trees, which include legislative findings and declaration about the importance of different types of flora and the need to protect them. Ultimately, that is, I believe, the goal of the recommendation as it has been presented is to define and protect these trees under state law, understand the context that's been provided around some of the federal designations that have been provided, and the request that the state have greater control and protection over that area as well. That said, I think all of us on this committee understand how arduous a process that can be. And so the request from the tribal entities and therefore from myself is that under NRS Chapter 527, that we create some additional protection specifically for this distinct population of trees known as the swamp cedars.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. And that sounded very much like a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Please, is this Assemblywoman?
Assemblywoman Swank, yeah.
Swank.
So,
Vice Chair Swank, please.
thank you. I'm just going to say, like, we need to find a path here to protect the swamp cedars. I think we all agree on that. I am just very hesitant to be, to give the legislature the ability to act as scientists. I think that this is something that I've talked about before when we were having conversations in natural resources about what percentage of, I can't remember the name of the fund right now, should be used for lethal means, and that we needed it to stay at 80%, and this huge push, just keep it at 80%. In that instance too, the legislature is acting as scientists in order to set a false number that is not what actual scientists may set it that percentage at. So in keeping with that, I am very uncomfortable. I think that there are other paths in which we could find the protections. I just can't see that this is the right path. I think that, you know, the National Register is a great place, but again, like was said, that doesn't actually provide any protections. It's an honorary list. We could work with the State Historic Preservation Office, but then we run into the same problem because I feel like it's the location that needs to be recognized and designated and not the species. And so, but the state recognition is also honorary, just like the federal level. The only level in which designating a location has any teeth to it and brings protections is at the local level. But this doesn't, unless we have, White Pine County has a historic designation process that provides those types of protections. That's not available through the local protections, which is how usually a site like this would get protected. I am not comfortable with this as is. If we wanted to say provide direction to the Division of Forestry and the Division of Natural Heritage to do the work that they should do, if they haven't started on this process yet, I think we want them to start on that process. But I feel like we have a process in place that has not gone forward, and this committee could push for those alterations and for that process to move forward. And I would be more comfortable with that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. This is Assemblyman Watts. I appreciate that. I was trying to address some of those concerns in my previous remarks, and I wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to express their comments and concerns before a motion is made. So based on what I've heard from some of my colleagues, what I'm thinking is one or more of the following things. We could direct the Division of Forestry to undertake a study and consider, similar to the petition that was mentioned earlier for Teams Buck, we could direct the division or ask the division to undertake a similar study for the swamp cedars. In addition, we could consider submitting a BDR to provide protection specifically to this population of trees within Chapter 527 of NRS. And again, there are some similar declarations, findings related to other flora in this state that I think could serve as guidelines that are not therefore directing or interfering with the process for the state list of protected species, but would provide a state level statutory protection that has been provided to some other species outside of the Division of Forestry's process under let's see, NRS 527-270.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. We will take input from other committee members, and we'll start with Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess just listen to the last testimony. Again, we continue to struggle with the fact we're not dealing with a species but actually a specific location where these swamp cedars are. And I will agree, it is unique there in the area. There's no doubt about it, those trees. But again, we're looking to withdraw a geographic location rather than a species at this time. And I continue to say the movement, and I don't know what happened, why the BLM says there's only 2,000 acres, when clearly we know there's an area of 14,000 acres or more, it sounds like by the testimony. But I think we're a lot better off pursuing that. And I would definitely support, a resolution to our federal delegation, to withdraw the area and make those trees, the grove, protected under federal law. We can do that. I really question whether the state of Nevada can withdraw federal lands and make that area protected, even though we're protecting a species that has not yet been established as a subspecies or protected.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. We'll go to Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Vatican and Mecca were mentioned, and I can guarantee you, if you add them both together, it doesn't come close to 14,000 acres. Then they mentioned a single large grove. That's my concept. Okay, as far as going down the road that these are a unique subspecies, that isn't proven. I mean, the good doctor can say undoubtedly a fact, it's a distinct population. That is a scientifically proven point, and that needs to be addressed before we go down the line that this is some sort of a unique species. The argument that these have been isolated since the Pleistocene, that's 12,000 years. They are surrounded by Rocky Mountain junipers all over the place, and I can guarantee you there's plenty of cross-pollination, or these things really truly would be. Right now, we would know it is a totally unique species, and it's simply not the case. Until that fact is proven, going down that biological avenue, I think, is a mistake. I'm totally supportive of setting a reasonable amount of this special grove area as a single large grove, equivalent to the Vatican and Mecca. We could make the request. I really doubt that we as a committee, as Senator Gokachia has pointed out, I don't think we have the authority as the state of Nevada to block off huge blocks of BLM land. That's owned by the other 49 states as well, not just Nevada. And while I'd like to have that authority, that's something we don't have. So what I would suggest to Assemblyman Watson wants to make some kind of a motion. Let's set this aside as a unique grove. Let's come up with a reasonable number of acres, and then let the biologists and the experts and the botanists prove at some point that that is a unique genetic form of Rocky Mountain junipers. Because as of right now, it's not. It's a unique location, but there's no evidence that's been presented to this committee other than somebody just making a bold statement, undoubtedly a fact. Well, if it's a fact, then biologically show me the evidence. It's not there. So I would suggest that we go down the route of making a suggestion to our congressional delegation, as Senator Gokachia recommended, and it's come up with some, not 14,000 acres, but 400, 500, something that is reasonable, and set that aside as a heritage site, or ask them to do it as a committee. Because going down the idea of having us as the legislature determine, and this is in fact an endangered species, and this is in fact a separate subspecies of the Rocky Mountain juniper, that's about as arrogant as we could possibly be. That's not our field of expertise, not even close. And for us to legislatively try to force that down the throats of the biological community that really does understand all this stuff is the height of arrogance and makes us look silly, in my opinion. So I'm totally supportive of setting aside something special, but let's go down that route, not the biological endangered species route. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Okay, do we have other comments? I see that Assemblyman Watts is ready to comment. Does anyone else have a comment they wish to make?
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, please.
I just want to agree in a sense to what both Senators Gocochea and Senator Hansen said about protecting the site as a whole. I don't think that from hearing the testimony, I don't think that just protecting the trees is enough. I think that as it was brought up that there are springs and waters within that area of land that is sacred to the tribe, and I think that setting aside the entire site or a portion of the site through a heritage designation would be the better route to go, so that we can ensure that we protect the entire site as a whole, as it is a sacred site to the tribes, and not just protecting the subspecies of the tree.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Mayor Corona, and I'd like to go back to Vice Chair Swank.
Thank you. And just briefly, I guess I would also add to what Mayor Corona just said is that I think we need to get the State Historic Preservation Office involved here. I think this is a site that, again, state designation does not give the protections that local designation does, but it does in many ways provide that speed bump in the same way that the National Register does. But I think we should direct the State Historic Preservation Office to work with the Division of Forestry and the Program of Natural Heritage to work together and come up with a plan with the tribes to figure out how we're going to protect that and how we're going to interact with the federal government in order to ensure we don't lose that resource. As Mayor Corona pointed out, it's much more than the trees there. It's the whole site. And so I think we need to get the state offices and divisions speaking with the federal divisions and to work on issues the way that Senator Gocochea also said. So I guess I would support talking with the federal delegation about a withdrawal for all of those of a certain number of acres, and then directing both the Division of Forestry to look at the swamp cedars as potential listing, but also the State Historic Preservation Office to look at potentially listing the whole area on the State Historic Register.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. It's beginning to sound like we're looking more at a resolution. We'll go back to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments that have been provided. I do want to just say that while it's not just about the trees, and there is great importance to the area and many things linked to it, the trees themselves are important. And one of the things that the tribes are seeking is protection of those trees from being destroyed. And ultimately, much of what NRS Chapter 527 is about protecting flora from being destroyed. So the other comment that I just want to make sure is clear for the record is that while I completely support engaging our delegation and the federal government on protection of lands, I think that also we need to look at our responsibility as a state under our state laws, including Chapter 527, which allows us to designate and protect trees and other flora from destruction, to do our part as well. So if there is a resolution or sending letters to state agencies, I am in full support of that. I do believe that we should move forward with some form of state statutory protection specifically for the swamp cedars.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. And further questions or comments from the committee?
Mr. Chair, I think I have one more question. I'm sorry.
Yes, fine. Vice Chair Swank, please.
So I'm looking at NRS 527 that Assemblyman Watts pointed out, and I think that this could be a good way to provide some protections with, and I just want to clarify that that does not designate the swamp cedars, right? It just provides them protections that they can't be removed. Is that correct?
This is Assemblyman Watts. That is correct. We could modify the language that is presented on the work session document, modifying it to request a bill that would protect the swamp cedars as they've been discussed and defined under NRS 527. And the intent of that would be completely separate from NRS 527-270 and the list that is and process that has been developed by the Division of Forestry. That is what I was intended in some of my previous remarks.
I could support that, but I also think we do want the Division of Forestry to look at possible listings and get SHPO involved. And like, I think it requires, a multi-pronged effort to see like what our best path forward is, but I could support the NRS 527 listing.
Thank you. This is Assemblyman Watson. I would be supportive of both a letter as one of our action items, as well as the BDR. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. I'm particularly supportive of a letter to our congressional delegation as well. So, and I don't see why we can't do those letters of request included in this item.
If it please the chair, I think it would probably make the most sense. I am glad to put forward a motion with some revised language related to requesting a bill. And I would like to ask that Vice Chair Swank put forward the language for the requesting of a letter, and that we take votes on each of them separately.
Okay.
One comment before we proceed.
Okay, since a motion's been put forward by Assemblyman Watts, do we have a second on that motion? To break it into two votes?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Vice Chair Swank. Okay, I believe there were some questions on the motion, and I'll go to Senator Gokashia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it really wasn't on the motion to break it into the two votes, but maybe I need to hold up on it. But I am concerned about under 527, we haven't established that the Rocky Mountain juniper are in fact separate from the swamp cedars. If we do put something out there in statute or even under 527 that says we're going to protect them, are we in fact exposing some people to the fact that they go and they've got a BLM permit to cut cedar posts, and they actually cut a Rocky Mountain juniper down? It's not a separate subspecies. Could they in fact be fined or found guilty? I think until we actually focus it, that the swamp cedars are a separate species, I have to, voice my opposition to any language, whether it's in 527 or where we bring it from, that does establish them as a protected species until they are determined to be a sub. That.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. Further questions or comments on
Chairman Parks?
Yes, please.
It's Assemblywoman Hanson here. So I have a comment, a question regarding 527. What my concern is, I like the dialogue that we've had, and I appreciate the comments very much about location over species, protecting the site. If we just go with the 527 understanding that, if I'm understanding right, it would protect the cedars, the swamp cedars, but we've not distinguished yet whether or not there's a, a subspecies of the Rocky Mountains. So what if we went with 527 and then there's eventually a DNA study and we find out they aren't swamp cedar, they're just my point is, I think I feel more comfortable with more protection from location, that we not only protect the cedars that are there, that we also are protecting the springs and the grounds. So my desire would be to go that route of process rather than 527.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. Further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes, Senator Hanson, please.
I agree with over the concern over using 527. I'm sorry. The basic underlining premise in this is that this is a unique species, and it's not. Nobody's proven that. Nobody's even, in fact, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service apparently did look into it, as we heard earlier, and they in fact determined it was not. So I think putting it in 527 at this point is way premature, and I would oppose that, and I think that's a mistake. Just going to make us look foolish. Now, maybe we'll look like rocket scientist prophets when in a couple of years they actually do a study and they find out, yeah, it's actually a totally unique subspecies and it can't crossbreed or pollinate with the other Rocky Mountain junipers. But my gut tells me that ain't the case. So I would urge us to look at the location and focus on that rather than the species involved. If it ends up being just another slight variation of a Rocky Mountain juniper tree, and there are people out utilizing those things, it could create a huge can of worms. So I think we're just going way too far on some assumptions on where this tree should be placed. I think let's focus on location, ask our federal delegation to come up with some sort of heritage site or whatever the terminology would be, which would protect the location and the trees on the location. That would be a much wiser route. 527 in NRS involving federal lands is, in my opinion, an exercise in futility. So I would urge not to go down that route. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Okay, I guess we'll go back to Assemblyman Watts. Would you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first motion would be with regards to recommendation number 6, rewording it to request the drafting of a bill to list the Spring Valley population of Rocky Mountain junipers, known as swamp cedars, as protected under NRS Chapter 527.
Okay. I'm now asking for a second to that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Vice Chair Swank. Okay, discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just have a clarifying question. By making the motion of Spring Valley population of the Rocky Mountain juniper, that would be, my understanding would be specific enough to protect those trees in that area without a broad protection of the Rocky Mountain juniper. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Corona. This is Assemblyman Watts. That is correct. I want to make it extremely clear that my intent with the motion and the intent of the legislation would be specifically to protect these trees within this area. So the goal is to prevent the destruction of trees within this area. And I am open to working with colleagues to make sure that we have a solid definition of that area. Any harvesting of or taking of Rocky Mountain junipers outside that area would not be affected. That is not the intent of the proposed legislation.
Chairman Parks, I have a question.
Yes, Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Assemblywoman Hanson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. For my colleague, Assemblyman Watts, so if we put Spring Valley and that designation in there, what happens if in a year or so there's a study and the DNA comes back that it is not a unique subspecies? Would those trees still be protected?
Thank you for the question.
Because 527 does a designation of of trees, cacti, that sort of thing. But if the tree is not what we're saying it is, then what happens?
Thank you for that question. This is Assemblyman Watts for the record. Based on the discussion that we've had, we are moving away from the conversation of designating an entire species of plant, which is the process under NRS 527-270, which is undertaken by the Division of Forestry. Instead, we would be defining the specific population of Spring Valley swamp cedars and giving them that protection from destruction in statute within some location in that chapter. And so regardless of whether it is genetically distinct or if it is determined that it is not, and it is just a population located within that geographic area, it would have those trees would be protected from destruction.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Assemblyman Watts and Assemblywoman Hanson, and I'll accept Senator Hanson, please.
I'm sorry, I may have interfered. Assemblywoman Hanson may not have finished. My apologies. I'll throw my thing out there real quick. I was kind of wondering if legal could address the question I have, if we have anybody from legal, and that is, do we have the ability as the state legislature to tell on 14,000 acres of BLM land what they can do with the trees that are on that? I'm just kind of wondering where we get the authority. I mean, we're going to pass a law that says, well, in Spring Valley, we're going to dramatically increase the number of cattle that are grazed out there too now, or decrease whatever. I think, do we actually even have the authority to tell the Bureau of Land Management what they can and can't do with a tree that has not been determined to be any kind of an endangered tree? Just kind of wonder where we get the authority to make these kind of distinctions on non-state lands.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. If legal has a response, appreciate any input they could give us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, this is Heidi Clarkson with the Legal Division. Senator Hanson, we would have to definitely do some research on this BDR. Under Chapter 527 right now, there is protection for the pinyon trees. However, the protections that are provided in 527, 240, and 250 do appear to only apply on state lands and in some circumstances on private lands. So as this recommendation has sort of evolved into what the committee is currently considering, we would certainly have to do some research to see whether, to what extent, if any, the state could afford protection to a certain group of these trees that are located on federal land. So unfortunately, I can't give you definitively an answer right now, but it would be certainly something we would need to look into. You know, if BCNR is available, they might be able to address. Currently, you know, there's listed fauna or flora that's listed by the department, and so I don't know to what extent the federal government recognizes that, and they might be able to address that now, but we would certainly have to look into that if the committee moved forward on this recommendation.
Thank you. That will follow up then. Is there any other precedent in that state law that you're looking at? You mentioned pinyon, but that isn't protecting, that's just limiting the types of harvests that are allowed, right? You can't use mechanical devices. That's correct. A lot different than saying you can't do anything with them. So I don't know, I guess I'm getting the cart a little bit ahead of the horse here. But my impression is that we don't have the kind of authority that we're looking to create in this potential BDR. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Thank you, Ms. Clarkson. Okay, going back, I think we had a motion from Assemblyman Watts, but I don't know that we got a second to that motion. Assemblyman Watts, would you like to repeat the motion and we'll...
We had a second from Vice Chair Swank, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. Okay. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's,
One quick point, Senator Goycochea, I just want to make sure that, explain my position. I've got to oppose this, although I'm all about protecting those swamp cedars. The bottom line is I don't believe we have the authority, and the federal agencies are required to access those lands under multiple use. And where we're heading here as a legislature, we're saying, no, we're going to define what you can do on this tract of public lands. And so I have to oppose the motion. Thank you.
thank you, Senator Goycochea. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay, not hearing any, I'll ask Mr. McDonald to do a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
No.
Senator Hansen,
No.
Assemblyman Daley,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
No.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Okay, with that, the motion carries and passes, and I believe that Assemblyman Watts had a second motion. Would you like to state that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If willing, I'd like Vice Chair Swank to make the motion, particularly because of her additional familiarity with state historic preservation. And I think this is one that more of us can get behind.
Sure. So I would move that we have a letter sent both to the State Historic Preservation Office in order to survey the Swamp Cedars area for a potential state historic register listing. And I would also suggest that we send a letter to the Division of Forestry encouraging them to go down the road of looking at the swamp cedars for possible designation as endangered.
I will second that motion. This is Assemblyman Watts.
Okay, and Vice Chair Swank, do we want to also involve the Division of Natural Heritage in this recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Parks. Yes, I forgot that part. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We have a motion by Vice Chair Swank and a second by Assemblyman Watts. And is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Senator Goycochea, and I can definitely support that, but I was wondering if you wanted to expand it to a resolution that we would request our federal delegation move forward with some type of designation there. I believe that's probably the most appropriate venue if we had a congressional act that set that portion of Spring Valley, or at least a portion of it, aside as a site that needed to be protected.
Thank you, Senator Goycochea. I appreciate it. Vice Chair Swank?
And I'd be open to that. I think that having it designated as a national heritage area would put it under at least the advisory, it had the Park Service as an advisory committee to what was done on there. It doesn't provide a ton of protections, but it is probably better than just being on the National Register and as a national heritage area.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Hi, this is Jared. Hey, I just wanted to clarify the motion. We have a letter to Division of Forestry. We have a second letter to the State Historical Preservation Office. And I believe, did Assemblywoman Swank just change her or add to her motion to include a resolution to our congressional delegate, to Congress, or to send a letter to our congressional delegation? So just need a little clarity on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. So to the congressional delegation, encouraging them to pursue a National Heritage Area designation for the swamp cedars.
Okay, and that's a letter.
Senator Goycochea, did you have other ideas? Did you want to do a resolution or a letter? I'm open.
I would prefer the resolution.
Okay, a resolution.
Okay, thank you. Does everyone have understanding of the motion? Okay, I'll turn it over to McDonald to do a roll call.
Senator Brooks?
Yes.
Senator Goycochea?
Yes.
Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblyman Daley?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank?
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts?
Oops, yes.
Mayor Corona?
Yes.
Chair Parks?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. The motion passes. Okay. And that concludes recommendation number 6. I'm looking at the hour, and we probably need to take a brief break, I think. But we also have a request that we take recommendation number 14 out of order because of apparently another meeting that is due to begin. So if we could quickly handle recommendation number 14 and then take a 15 or 20-minute break, I think that that works out in everybody's best interest. Okay. Mr. McDonald, would you like to provide us a summary of recommendation 14?
Yes, sir. Recommendation 14 is to request the drafting of a bill to expand the qualifications for the position of state water engineer to include experience and/or advanced education in geology, hydrology, water resource engineering, and water rights. This was requested by the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and they did provide an attachment. You'll find that in attachment E that includes the request and background information on this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. At this time, I'll turn it over to the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources for a brief comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Brad Kroll, the Director of the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Can you hear me all right? Okay, I'm getting some thumbs up, so I will continue.
Yes.
And I appreciate you taking this item out of order. And I certainly hope we can do it in a short time frame, but that may be difficult. That said, this is not intended to be a complex or controversial proposal. This is simply an effort to recognize a small set of additional technical qualifications and set of expertise that could be that would be appropriate for the state engineer who also serves as the administrator of the Division of Water Resources. to have a set of experience or degrees that isn't strictly limited to be a professional engineer. It is in no way intended to undermine or denigrate the qualities and qualifications of an engineer to serve in this position. That is obviously something that has long precedent, and we would strive for that as well. But the practical reality in today's world is that we are artificially limiting the available pool of candidates who could serve in this position, and I worry about that, given that the management and of our water resources, our very limited water resources in Nevada, is only becoming more challenging as time goes on with growth and development, plus climate change and other factors. So we really want the best available person in that position, and broadening the technical expertise may well help do that. I'm open to other ideas for how to achieve this goal. But if we really want top-notch individuals to serve in this position, which I've often referred to, and I think some members of the committee would agree to, as one of the hardest jobs in the state, we need to not artificially limit our pool of qualified candidates. And lastly, I'll just point out that there are other Western states that have a broader requirement for being the head of the Department of Water Resources or State Engineer's Office, namely Utah and Arizona. Both have a broader set of qualifications, and there's some similarities obviously between Nevada and Arizona and Utah, but I wouldn't want an opportunity to come to us where a former state head of the Water Resources Department in Arizona or Utah said, "Hey, I'm open to considering doing this job in Nevada, and would like to talk to you." And we say, "Well, you're not a professional engineer, so I'm sorry, we can't have that." So it's just simply a recognition of trying to find the best candidates and opening up the technical and professional expertise that a candidate for the state engineer / administrative division of water resources could have to hold that position. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. I'll open it up to the committee for questions and comments.
Yes.
Senator Gokachir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, good afternoon, Brad. Anyway, I'm just a little concerned, and I'll be honest with you, although I understand your desire to expand it. I'm a little nervous about at this point, and I agree with you. We've got a lot of litigation and a lot of issues facing the state engineer's office, but I am concerned about making any change in the requirement. I would hate to move from an engineer, say, to an attorney just ahead of this next legislative session. And the other concern I have to the committee is when a BDR comes from the Public Lands Committee, it tends to kind of show an endorsement for that BDR. I would recommend that, DCNR go ahead and bring forward their BDR and let us discuss it in the session. But I would prefer as a member of the Public Lands not to, endorse it. So at this point, again, I'm going to make it very clear. I don't think it's the right time to make the change in the requirements. And number two, I would prefer that the committee did not, in fact, endorse it and give it maybe some additional legs. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. Comments from?
Yeah, I have a quick one, Chairman. Pardon me.
Yes, please.
Actually, I wanted to extend our condolences to the loss of your father. I think I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody on the committee when we do that. So that's all. The fine man, honorable mayor. I'm sure he's very proud of you and your great work you're doing for the state of Nevada as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. I too want to express the legislature's profound condolences to you for the passing of your father. I knew your father for well over 30 years, and he was one of Nevada's premier legislative lobbyists. He was without a doubt one of the legislators' best liked and most respected advocates. And he was fully trustworthy, ethical, and truly cared about Nevada, and his passing is obviously a big loss for both Carson City and the state of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further comments on recommendation number 14?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Swank, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to point out to the committee that this kind of structure that Director Kroll is proposing is similar to how the Department of Public Works is set up. A couple of sessions ago, I can't remember which session, we shifted that the administrator for the Division of Public Works did not need to be an architect as long as one of the deputies was an architect. So that this kind of shift in order to ensure that we can get the best person in the seat is not unprecedented in Nevada. It's definitely something we did. I want to say that was the 2015 session, but I think it was the 2015 session, but I'm not totally sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Swank. Further comments or questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, if I can, I have a follow-up
Yes.
question to some or Vice Chair Swank's statement. So, I mean, this might be a redundant question, but just to make sure, your intention, Mr. Crowell, is not to, just obviously to fill the seat with the best person, but still ensuring that we have a qualified engineer as a deputy or a member of that office, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's, in what you have in your packet in front of you, you'll see it's limited to a specific set of technical areas, and that does not include lawyers. It doesn't include areas of technical expertise outside of what one would need to have purview over Water Resources Office. And that's what we're looking. I'm not looking to break it open any wider than that, but I would just hate for a very experienced hydrologist that has water planning experience to say they're interested and we tell them that it's not available to them.
Thank you. Thank you. And I agree. I think we obviously should seek the most qualified person or the best person for the position. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. Further questions or comments from the committee? Okay. Do we have a motion for recommendation number 14?
Assemblyman Watts, I move that we adopt recommendation number 14.
Okay. Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
And that was Vice Chair Swank, I believe.
Mayor Corona.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Corona. I'm sorry.
No, I'll be happy to second, but that wasn't me.
Senator Brooks.
Oh, okay.
Confusion all around.
Yeah. Okay. My sound kind of cut up for a second, so I couldn't tell who was. Okay, so we have a motion by Assemblyman Watts and a second by Senator Brooks. Do we have any further discussion on the motion?
Chairman Parks.
Yes. Assemblywoman Hansen, please.
Yes, I've got some of the same concerns that Senator Goyachia expressed, and so I'm not going to be able to support the motion. And again, Director Crowell, our thoughts are with you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hansen. Okay, if there are no further questions on the motion, I'll ask Mr. McDonald to please do a roll call.
Senator Brooks?
Yes.
Senator Goyachia?
Oh.
Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblyman Daley,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
No.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
and Chair Parks.
I'm going to be a no, but the motion does pass. Okay. That concludes recommendation number 14. And what I'd like to suggest we do is to take a brief recess. It is now, I believe, 12:57. And so if we could take, let's try a 15-minute recess and come back at 1:50. I think that that works best for everybody. So if there's no concerns with that, we'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Testing.
Okay, it is now 1:15. If we could get everybody back, I'd like to resume call the meeting back to order. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to call the Legislative Committee on Public Lands back to order. We have completed six recommendations plus recommendation number 14. And that now takes us up to recommendation number 7. And I'd like to turn it over to policy analyst Jared McDonald, if he would give us a summary of this recommendation.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Number 7 is to request the drafting of a letter expressing the committee's support of the Great Basin National Park federal funding requests, particularly funds for maintenance backlogs on public lands under the Great American Outdoors Act. And this was requested by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I think what this offers us the opportunity to solicit federal funding that would be provided through the Great American Outdoor Act, which is a bill introduced by Senator Cory Gardner of Colorado. And we have acted on this type of a recommendation before, most notably at the TRPA oversight. And if you don't ask for the funds, you don't get the funds. So this would be a potential for federal funding for the Great Basin National Park. So that concludes my comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has questions regarding this request.
This is Assemblyman Watts, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Please.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, just a comment. I think this is great. The Great American Outdoors Act fully funded the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is, I think, a pretty significant potential funding source for some of our local parks as well. So I'm excited about that, but it also includes dedicated funding to address maintenance backlogs and other issues in our national park system. And since Great Basin National Park is Nevada's only national park, I think it's a great idea for this committee to support their request in order to make sure that they're getting their fair share of funding to address any issues that they're having at the park.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. That sounded like a motion to approve.
Sure.
Okay. Is there any other comments by any of the other members of the committee?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second by Senator Gokachia. A discussion on the motion. Okay, not hearing any. Mr. McDonald, would you like to do roll call?
Yes, sir. Senator Brooks?
Yes.
Senator Gokachia?
Yes.
Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank?
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts?
Yes.
Mayor Corona?
Yes.
And Senator Parks?
Yes. Thank you. The vote is unanimous and the motion passes. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And that concludes recommendation number 7. So we'll move on now to recommendation 8, and I'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation number 8 is to send a letter to the U.S. Forest Service urging their continued cooperation with state, local, and private landowners to address wildfire in Nevada, and to further request each agency to amplify fire suppression efforts seek flexible land management options, and increase financial resources available to address the issue. And this again was recommended by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I think there were a couple other individuals who indicated that they were might be interested in providing comment. I don't know if Mr. Tibbetts or somebody from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources wishes to comment. Okay. I guess I'm not seeing any. Is there any comments or questions regarding this by the members of the committee? Okay, not seeing any. Did I hear somebody? Okay.
Motion to approve?
I believe that was Senator Gokich.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to approve recommendation number 8. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment on motion? Okay, not hearing any. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Senator Brooks?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I need to call. I'm in my normal habit. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. McDonald, please take roll call.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Senator Brooks?
Yes.
Senator Gokich?
Yes.
Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts?
Yes.
Mayor Corona?
Yes.
And Chair Parks?
Yes, thank you. The motion passes unanimously, and we'll move on to the next recommendation, number 9. Mr. McDonald, you please give us a summary.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Recommendation number 9 is to include a position statement in the final report supporting federal land sales and transfers to local governments and nonprofit agencies where they have constructed and operate public and not-for-profit facilities. This was recommended by Eureka County Board of County Commissioners in response to the committee's request for recommendation. And I believe we have Mr. Tibbetts available to provide some background if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Is Mr. Tibbetts available?
Sir, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Well, welcome back. Okay, would you like to provide us with an overview?
Sure, thank you. Yes, this is a subset of a recommendation we had made where we had requested find a process for lands that had gone through a public planning process under, FLPMA, that's the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, where they've designated lands suitable for disposal, or these lands that are already under some kind of a lease. Typically, under this specific action item on your work session document, is related to those lands where there is a facility that has been constructed for either governmental or not-for-profit facilities. Typically, that's done through the Recreation and Public Purposes Act. It's a specific federal act that allows that to take place. If you just look at some of the background that just in Clark County, you have many of your schools in Clark County are actually sited on federal lands under an R&PP patent, a Recreation and Public Purpose patent. And similar, there's things like fairgrounds, that runs the gamut, potentially shooting ranges, gun clubs, all different kinds of facilities are actually constructed and built on federal lands. For them to be done, you have to remember that first they went through a public process. It was a resource management plan process where they were designated suitable for disposal. So that's the first thing they had to do. And then the second, there was some level of environmental review before they were able to either put these lands out for a lease or put some kind of facility on them. And that would include some kind of cultural review to clear a site before there was the building of that facility. So they've gone through multiple steps to get to where they're at. So anyways, I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to answer any other questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts, for that summary. Questions for Mr. Tibbetts from the committee?
Sure. Senator Goicoechea.
Yes, Senator Goicoechea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Tippett, I'll call him, and break my rules. Anyway, Jake, what else is in here besides RPPs? Now, I know you're really talking about nonprofit organizations, and I know that was kind of a catch before. But anyway, is there some other action other than recreation public purpose?
No, Senator Goicoechea, our intent, I'm not aware of any, to be honest. So again, this is a bit parsed down from what our request was in July, where we were looking at, any land that has gone through a process is suitable for disposal, or these lands where these public facilities are located. So as it came down on the work session document, it's just related to those lands that have constructed public or nonprofit facilities, and all I'm aware of are the recreation and public purpose patents.
All right, thank you. Now, it was my understanding that language is going to be in the Clark County Land Bill, and haven't even been following that. Is that has that moved forward, or are you aware if that language is going to be in there?
Jake Tibbetts again for the record. I'm not, I haven't extremely involved in the Clark County Lands Bill, but I do know many of the lands bills in the state have tried to seek resolution to these types of issues. So I don't know if Assemblywoman Swank or somebody else from Clark County may have a better idea where that's sitting.
Thank you, Jake. And of course, I've long been supporting this. Just like you said, I believe at one point there were 58 schools in Clark County that were actually built on RPPs. And so it's huge. This transfer, again, they're lands that are already encumbered, and typically, the public tax dollars have been involved in them. And so I definitely support this. I hope we can get that done through a federal action. Thank you, Mr. Tippett. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Goicoechea. And you are right regarding a large number of schools in southern Nevada built on federal RP&P leased land. And I know that from the roughly 1984 to 1990, I spent a lot of time working in Clark County and renewing the lease agreements and finding that some leases had not been renewed and had expired 20 years previously. So it's a full-time task keeping up with the status of various parcels of land, and we found where we were granted certain uses for the land. However, we ended up in Clark County developing the land for different uses and had to go back and seek an amendment to the initial lease arrangement. Anyway, is there anyone else who would like to provide comment or has a question for Mr. Tibbetts?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to thank Eureka County for bringing this forward to us. This is an issue that affects, I think, every local government in the state. I know certainly in West Wendover, we have 2 parcels of land that we had to jump through several hoops that were already under RP&Ps just to get those land or those pieces of property turned over to the city for us to even purchase. And so I totally support this. And again, just want to thank Eureka County.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. I appreciate that. Um, Any further questions or comments? Okay, is there
Is the action item for a resolution or a letter?
Thank you. Mayor Gokachia, I believe it includes a position statement supporting the transfers. So maybe Mr. McDonald might have another, able to share another comment.
Yes, that is correct, Chair. This is a position statement at this point.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Further questions?
Would the chair entertain a motion to draft a resolution?
Thank you. That's Senator Gokachia makes motion to for a resolution from the committee. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay.
This is Assemblyman Watts.
Okay, we have a motion by Senator Gokachia, second by Assemblyman Watts. Discussion on the motion. Okay, not hearing any. Mr. McDonald, please take roll.
Thank you, Chair. Before you vote, I do want to mention that we are kind of starting to butt up against our 10 BDR allotment. We are actually at 7. If you take all the 3 OHV bills and put them together, we're at 9 if you do not. And we still have 2 other recommendations for bills. So I just wanted to point that out. If you agree to include all 3 OHV concepts into one BDR, you're at 7. This would make 8, and then there's 2 more on the work session document that are proposed. So,
Mr. Chair, I was under the impression the resolution didn't require a BDR.
Resolutions are BDRs. For the record, just for
I'm sorry.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I'm assuming that we could put the 3 OHV recommendations together in one BDR. That would certainly free up our number. Is there anyone?
Mr. Chair, I would be fine if you just dropped them all 3 all together. Be fine with me.
Okay, and that was my question. Thank you, Senator Hansen. I think that I can, unless somebody has an opposition, I can just simply give direction to Mr. McDonald to submit those all as one BDR. Okay, I'm not hearing any. I'm not hearing from anyone. So, Mr. McDonald, we'll go with that, and then you said that number 9 is a resolution. Then we're down to 2 remaining, and we have a number of other recommendations, and I'm not sure I know how that'll be handled by the committee.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
A letter, is it considered to also be a BDR or strictly a resolution? I was confused also. I thought resolutions were above and beyond the 10 BDRs, but apparently that's not the case. When we draft a letter, is that also considered a BDR, or does that free up other things if we want? I see somebody shaking their head no there. So, okay, so a letter is not a BDR. So we have an unlimited number of letters then.
That is my understanding. So Perhaps we could take recommendation number 9 and instead of calling it a resolution, just make it a position statement and a letter as appropriate. McDonald?
Yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate?
I believe you could, yeah, make the position statement, and then if you want to send a letter as well, you could identify who you would like that letter sent to.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
Okay. Well, for now, let's ask Senator Gokachi if he'd like to amend his motion and from a resolution to making it a position statement.
That would be fine. We can send it as a letter. If we do have a resolution in the end, maybe we could get it out then. So thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that that's acceptable to Assemblyman Watts as the seconder.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So with that, we will, recommendation number 9 will be a position statement. And I'd like to ask Mr. McDonald to take a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
and Chair Parks.
Yes. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, that concludes recommendation number 9. I'd like to move on to recommendation 10, and I'll turn it over to Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendation number 10 is also a position statement. And this calls for the supporting the expansion of current efforts to implement landscape scale projects utilizing pinyon juniper woodland biomass in a way that benefits economic stability, energy production, hydrologic function, rangeland health, and wildlife habitat. This was also requested by Eureka County. And I would like to point out the committee did receive a presentation on the March 3rd meeting in Caliente on this topic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Okay. Does we have any comments or questions from the committee? Okay. Not hearing or seeing anyone. I'll accept a motion for a supporting a position statement and
I'll support that motion, Mr. Chair.
okay, we have a motion by Senator Hansen. Do we have
Second?
We have a second by Vice Chair Swank. Discussion on the motion? Okay, not hearing any. Mr. McDonald, would you like to take roll call?
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
and Chair Parks.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. That concludes recommendation number 10. I'd like to go on to recommendation number 11. And Mr. McDonald, would you please give us a summary?
Yes, sir. Number 11 was requested by Eureka County Board of Commissioners, and this is to send a letter to the Governor, Attorney General, Chair of the Senate Committee on Finance, and the Chair of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means of the next legislative session, seeking funds to implement Senate Bill 456 from 2015, which urges the AG to take a leadership role in pursuing actions on behalf of the state and counties in formalizing and finalizing title to accessory roads and public roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I'll Mr. Tibbetts, would you like to comment?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Jake Tibbetts for the record. I just want to point out that Senate Bill 456 in the 2015 session passed unanimously. There was never a nay vote on that. And we talked about, during that time, the intent of this is to get past some of the controversies we're seeing related to these longstanding roads and ownership and access and who has title to them. And there's a process outlined to do that. State law calls for it to be done, but it's been a capacity issue. The 2015 session when SB 456 was passed, it's basically an unfunded mandate, but one of the things that is required is it has the Attorney General, the Nevada Association of Counties, and the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council to work together on a consistent protocol to put out to the various counties in the state to kind of get their ducks in a row to move forward on this. Totally understanding the context we're in, additional funding for this is going to be very slim, if any, in 2021. Totally recognize that. So this is just a letter. It's not a funding bill. We feel it continues to get on the record that this is an important issue. We're going to continue to have these conflicts crop up over access and who owns or doesn't own the roads and people claiming they do when they don't, and access across private lands and all kinds of issues here, when there is a way to move forward with it and finally settle it once and for all. And that's what this is all about, is seeking for that capacity at some time, knowing full well that it's likely not going to be the 2021 session where funding's available.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts, for that presentation. I'll turn it over to committee. Any questions for Mr. Tibbetts? Or any comments in general? Not hearing any, I'll accept a motion to send a letter from the committee to the governor, attorney general, and the chairs of
I would make that motion, Mr. Chair. Again, it's an issue that has to be dealt with down the road, but the quicker we can get some of these agencies addressing some of the issues I know coming out of the last session, we did lay some more onto local governments, especially district attorneys, and on RS 2477. So again, it's an issue that's not going to go away. So any support we can get, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea. Do we have a second for the motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Mayor Corona. I'll second.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. Appreciate that. Okay. Any discussion on the motion for recommendation number 11?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a brief comment.
Yes, thank you. Assemblyman Watts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate what's been shared on this and the recognition of the financial position that we're in. Given that, I don't feel that it's appropriate for us to indicate that this is a priority when our healthcare services, education services, and even other conservation programs are and likely will again be on the chopping block. So I'm going to be a no on this.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Any further questions on the motion? Okay, not seeing any. Turn it over to Mr. McDonald. Would you take a roll call?
Senator Brooks?
No.
Senator Goycochea?
Yes.
Senator Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly?
No.
Assemblywoman Hansen?
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank?
No.
Assemblyman Watts?
No.
Mayor Corona?
Yes.
Chair Parks?
Yes. Thank you. I believe that the motion passes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McDonald, on that. Okay. So recommendation 11, motion passes. Okay, moving on to recommendation number 12. Turn it over to Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. This is a similar letter. This one will be sent to the Nevada congressional delegation seeking a congressional solution to the RS 2477 issue in a manner similar to the Historic Routes Preservation Act of the 115th Congress. The letter will seek to find a way to deal with the RS 2477 rights of way outside of Quiet Title Act litigation in a manner beneficial to the state of Nevada, its counties, and western states. And this was also submitted by the Eureka County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I'd like to ask Mr. Tibbetts if he'd like to comment on recommendation number 12.
Okay, thanks again, Mr. Chair. Jake Tibbetts for the record. So this is paired with number 11 that just passed, and it's a recognition that the process under 11 and SB 456 that's in NRS 405, the process there, essentially it's a quiet title action. It's litigation. It's bringing forward those clouded title or that color of title and going through that process to determine the validity of these claims in a federal court. This process under item 12 would be to get the clarity through Congress to move forward with that. It would save everybody, all the western states or any state that has this issue with these unadjudicated claims to public roads. And there's various processes going forward in the 10th Circuit, also the 9th Circuit. There's various differences in the way that those different courts of appeal have addressed this issue. So Congress, we just feel it's up to them to help provide clarity. I do want to note that I did recognize a letter of opposition from the Nevada Conservation League related to this, but I feel maybe there was a little misinformation where they based their opinion off of that. You know, we're not advocating for HR 3270, as Mr. McDonald pointed, or some congressional process like that would work. Also want to note that that bill, if you look at it, it doesn't allow frivolous claims and it doesn't allow for establishment of new roads as the public comment suggested. It's just a process to document the roads that did exist and that they at least had 5 years of continuous use prior to 1976 and that they've been maintained and can stay in continuous use after 1976, is to provide clarity on what roads are truly pre-1976 roads and go through a process. So going to Congress to get a fix that's beneficial for everybody will, again, settle this issue once and for all in a very cost-effective way outside of Quiet Title Act. I think it's something that we should all look forward to try to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Appreciate it. Committee members, questions for me?
Chair, I have some comments.
Senator Hansen, please.
Hard to know where to start on this one. Number one, I had Senate Bill 316, which passed unanimously out of both houses last time. That dealt extensively with the RS 2477 issue. Right now, almost every county in the state has mapped their RS 2477 roads. So a lot of the questions on title and things like that have been resolved through that. I also say that the Bureau of Land Management under Director Bentley has been working very aggressively to make sure that the public lands on BLM portions are fully open. The biggest problem we're having in Nevada, in my opinion, are private landowners who block off these RS 2477 roads and then historically have done things like lease them out to guide services and things like that. We passed a bill last session to make that a crime. And I fully support making that a crime. It's wrong for the BLM and the Forest Service to block public access. And it's every bit as wrong for a private landowner to also block one of these RS 2477 easements. And prior to the bill passing last time, there was no action that could be taken other than a civil action in court. When I presented, after this passed, I went to the Elko County Commission. They had some questions about it. And when I went there, to my surprise, one of the people that showed up to oppose it was a Eureka County Commissioner. And in fact, he's the father-in-law of another Eureka County Commissioner. So frankly, since this is coming from Eureka County, I don't trust them, okay? they do not support the RS 247 interpretation that I have. And by the way, the courts have definitely made it clear that an RS 2477 road that existed prior to 1976, crossing private property, is a legal easement. So I do not support this. I also went and dug up HR 3270 and read it too, and it didn't pass Congress. Again, the real danger in this, in my opinion, is the way this is structured, even under Nevada law, that you can have 5 people petition a county commission to close a public road, including an RS 2477 road, if this passes. And that's the red flag for me. My goal is to ensure that every citizen of Nevada has reasonable access to the public domain. And whether that's being blocked by the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Forest Service, or some of these big private landowners that have done this, I've aggressively opposed that. And my colleague from Eureka commented earlier that we put some burden on the district attorneys. There's no burden. The district attorneys would simply have to prosecute the case. Some county DAs have aggressively fought against it. Even though it's a new criminal statute, they don't want to enforce it because they run up against the big landowners who are very influential when it comes to political races, including the district attorney's race. On the other hand, we've had some phenomenally good aggressive effort by district attorneys. Classic one is Pershing County. They went out and opened up a whole bunch of public roads that were being blocked by people who simply, you buy 50 acres in the mouth of a canyon, and it's the only easement into the canyon. They put a fence across it, locked the gate, and anybody that showed up there, they would actually call the sheriffs to come and try to get them, make them the guilty party. So anyway, I'm opposed to this thing. I'm voting no. I'm absolutely in favor of RS 247 expansion. I'm okay with the Attorney General getting involved, but I think turning these over to these counties that in too many cases appear to be dominated by certain individuals and certain landowners, red flag. I want to open up the public domain. I don't want to see it locked up by anybody, federal government or private parties. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this proposal.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Further comments from the committee?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a brief one.
Yes, Assemblyman Watts, please.
Thank you. I'm just glad this is being recorded, and I hope many people are watching so that I can say I agree with Senator Hansen. It's one of those moments.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question for Mr. Tippett.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Senator Gokachia, please. Oops, your microphone is off.
Sorry, apologize for that. A question for Mr. Tippett. It was my understanding this request was really trying to address the issue of Senator Hansen and I will disagree a little bit about this. There is still the issue, and I don't care whether you file a complaint, then it does fall to the district attorney and or the county in that jurisdiction to establish whether in fact that road is a 2477 or not. And it was my understanding this piece of legislation was an effort to try and clarify once and for all what would be required to establish a 2477.
Yes, Senator. So again, this is nothing about, it's about determining what roads that existed prior to October 21st, 1976 are a valid RS 2477. So while I agree that, I'm not an attorney, so I'm speaking just from my opinion, but I will note as well that just to disclose that I am also the chairman of the State Land Use Planning Advisory Council, and I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I've been very engaged in this RS 2477 issue, where we've had multiple times speakers from the Attorney General's office in Utah come speak about what's happening and shaking out in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals there. And we also had a presentation from our own Attorney General's office, one of their deputy attorney generals, about some of the case law and its effect on Nevada, and specifically from the 9th Circuit. And that it's been very clear from the court's direction that only a federal court can adjudicate claims of these roads. And the current process is a quiet title action. So a county, we can claim whatever we want. We can say a road is an RS 2477, and talk about the public access issues that Senator Hansen, which I agree with, is personally in protecting that public access to our public lands. But this is really about the finality of title, and the courts have made it clear that it's either the states, it's some entity of the states that has the final jurisdiction on holding title in trust for the public. And that's been very clear in both the 10th Circuit and the 9th Circuit that it's, there's a process you have to go through a quiet title action. So it's either quiet title action to finally resolve it, or it's an act of Congress to do something about it. That's where these 11 and 12, they work together. But 12 is actually the quicker path, or could be, and it's the much cheaper path to bring finality to this, to determine once and for all which roads truly are RS-2477, and then we can move on and have those conversations about, okay, those areas that are not, what do we do to preserve access across private land, public land, whatever it is. But until we have finality of title, it's always a clouded issue, and it's going to continue to cause controversy.
Chairman Parks, could I ask Mr. Tibbetts a question?
Yes, Senator Hansen, please.
Thank you. Hi, Jake. If in fact these roads became county roads under Nevada law, can five people petition the Eureka County Commission, for example, and have that road declared no longer a public road?
So thanks for the question. Again, I'm giving my opinion and based on my research. Again, Jake Tibbetts for the record, that these are public roads. RS-2477 are public roads. So if they're adjudicated under a court, I believe that they become, the title accrues, I guess, to the county in trust for the public. It's a public road. And so if they were a public road before 1976 and they were found to be a public road afterwards, I don't see how the status of that can change. They either are or they are not.
Okay, well, I'll correct you on that. Once the title changes to the county under Nevada law, the county can in fact close a public road when it's petitioned. You can look, it's 405 something, but it's in there, and that's the fear I've got. So we've got all these roads that currently BLM, like I said, has backed off dramatically. And I'm glad for that. My bigger concern is, especially in a small county, which after having run into these unfortunate situations where very small numbers of very powerful individuals have been able to lock up massive amounts of the public domain, I don't want to see the power shifted to certain county commissions. So the reality is, under NRS 405, you could shut it down once it becomes under the county's jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Parks, or Chairman Parks.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chair, may I have a quick response?
Yes, Mr. Tibbetts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Jake Tibbetts for the record. So I think the question becomes in that circumstance is who would hold, if there's a dispute, a case or controversy, what the courts call it, that comes up about title, who then owns that? Who holds that title in trust for the public? And so maybe that's the broader policy decision that needs to be had is, if these roads were adjudicated, so the state of Utah's example, the state of Utah receives, I guess, they receive the title and then they, delegate that authority to their various counties. But again, in the state of Nevada, if there was settled, maybe that's the broader question is, what is the entity or who is the entity that holds those in trust for the public? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Further questions for Mr. Tibbetts or recommendation from the committee?
Well, I'd make a motion. I think I'm probably running up an uphill battle, but I do believe we have to, we're going to have a resolution. This continued dialogue over whether they are or they aren't. We need some termination. So I will make a motion that we proceed with.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea. Do we have a second? I'm not hearing that we have a second. Without a second, the motion dies. Do we have a different motion? I'm afraid everyone's getting worn out on this. With the lack of a motion, then this recommendation does not proceed forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
thank you very much for the conversation. Looking forward to future opportunities to try to address this issue once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Appreciate that. Comments. Okay, with that, if there is no motion on recommendation number 12, we'll record it as such, and we'll proceed on to recommendation number 13, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, chairs. Recommendation number 13 is request the drafting of a resolution seeking the transfer of certain federal lands to the state of Nevada for the purpose of supplementing the state's permanent school fund through the addition of school trust lands. This recommendation was presented to the committee at its meeting on March 3rd in Caliente. You may recall the presenters were Lori Hunt with the Advocates for School Trust Lands and Mr. Paul Johnson, Chief Financial Officer with White Pine County School District. And if you take a look at attachment D, as in dog, you'll see that we've included the presentation from that hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I'll open it up for comments. Do we have either Mr. Johnson or Mr. Donahue available for comment?
Mr. Chair, this is Senator Goycochee. I believe we've got several, Ms. Hunt, Ms. Margaret Bird out of Utah. I think there are several people that are watching on the Zoom. I don't know if they can access this through or if they need to call in.
Thank you, Senator Goycochee. We'll ask if those individuals are available at this time.
Well, come on, Mr. Chair, maybe I can go ahead and just pitch it a little bit until they do come. It looks like Mr. Donahue's on and Mr. Johnson, so I'll back out.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Senator Goycochee. Mr. Donahue, please.
Chairman Parks, this is Charlie Donahue, State Land Registrar for the record. I was on this call just to support the resolution that the advocates for school trust lands and Paul Johnson are requesting, and to answer any of your questions that you might have regarding school trust lands in Nevada. So I'd defer any additional comments to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Mr. Johnson, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. And I appreciate your time and dedication. I'll try and keep this brief because I know it's late in the day. I submitted a letter to Senator Goycochee that basically outlines kind of our position. Back when Nevada became a state and around the same time that New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah became states, each state was granted a school trust land grant. Nevada was given section 16 and 36, while Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona also received sections 2 and 32. So what we would be petitioning for or requesting is that we get the same parity with those three states that received the other two sections of the townships, because I think that probably should have happened back when Nevada became a state originally. Also, I want to disclose that there is no corporate lobbying interest. There's no deep pockets that are funding this interest. This is really a grassroots movement. that started from a lady by the name of Margaret Bird, who's very exceptional with her knowledge with respect to school trust lands. It was brought to the Nevada School Boards Association, and all 17 school districts support this, as well as the Nevada Association of School Boards. And basically the intent is really to have Nevada be able to capitalize on the activities that are currently happening on these lands, which are federally located, because the revenue generated from that currently goes to the federal budget. If this land was designated as school trust lands, any money generated from these public lands would go to Nevada into the permanent school fund and be used for education for Nevada's children. And that's really the summary behind it. It's the intent isn't to change the use of the property. It's really a means for us to try to restore a land grant that we believe we should have received, as the other states did out in the West, and an attempt to get that funding working for Nevada. The federal government owns 84% of Nevada, but it contributes less than 2% to our school district operating funds. So I see this as a way to honor the original intent of the land grant, and that was to get the federal government to invest in a meaningful way into each state's education. And on that, Chairman Parks, I will close my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for those comments. I'd like to open it up for committee members. Any questions or comments?
Chairman Parks, I have a question.
Yes, Senator Hansen, please.
Thank you. Having studied these public lands issues extensively for years, while it is true that Nevada kind of got shafted on some of that, the biggest concern that is consistently brought up, what's going to prevent these lands from potentially being sold? Okay, the way Mr. Johnson, the way you just presented it, all we're going to do is get the revenue from it that currently goes to the federal government and redirect that to the local school funds, as I understand it. Is there something or some way that we can put in this to assure the public that this is not some backhanded method to take the public lands and auction them off to the highest bidder? Did we lose Mr. Johnson? Yeah, I wasn't being rude. I'm trying to.
My video's not working, so I don't know if you can hear me. My video isn't working, but my audio might be.
Hey, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, good. Well, that's probably better that my video's not working anyway. So the answer to your question, I think, would lie with whatever entity would be administering the trust lands. I do know that other states, such as our neighbor, Utah, other states like Wyoming, Montana, and Oregon have really been able to take advantage of the school trust lands to increase revenue to their state permanent funds. And that's in the form of either grazing rights or mineral leases or recreation or any form of that. I can tell you that one of the mistakes that was made years ago was the disposal of land. Because that does not create a residual income. What we want to do is basically create an annuity or an endowment that creates a perpetual source of revenue that endows the permanent school fund. So getting rid of the property, I think, repeats a mistake that we made years ago. We had 4 million acres. We negotiated it down to 2 million, and now we only have 2,914 surface acres that generate only about $4,000 a year in revenue. So if we can increase that, but you're right, not dispose of it, and if there's a way for us to ensure that prudent decisions are made, I think it makes more sense to have this be in a school trust, because then it would be governed within the auspices of Nevada. Currently, that property that's in federal ownership really has interests outside of Nevada having more to say with property inside Nevada. So I think it's a way for us to make sure that it works better for the way Nevada would like to have the property used.
Well, Mr. Johnson, honestly, I don't hesitate to tell everybody I'm an old sagebrush rebel. I want to see more of the land controlled by the state of Nevada. I just know there's a political reality, and that is for this bill to pass, you've got to get it by a bunch of people who are absolutely raising the red flags that this is some devious way for big corporations to buy up the public domain. So what I'm hoping is to make sure this bill makes it through, and the revenue, in fact, is generated and given to the schools, that fear is either removed completely or reduced to such a point that it becomes a non-issue in the debate. And until that happens, though, I just know from watching the public reaction to anything that involves the public domain and possibly seeing it turned over to the states or counties or private entities, it just like kills it politically. So I just want to make sure that if this goes forward, that somewhere in the language, there is something that will give assurance to the people that have that fear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Parks.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Gocochea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a couple of the questions have been, Paul, good to see you back on again. So anyway, how it would, in fact, how much revenue it would generate, and or if it would, in fact, generate any. And then the other side of it, back to Senator Hansen's question, clearly these lands would come to the state of Nevada to manage. And with that, then the legislature technically would be the one managing. And they would have the ability to, if in fact that's what it requires, or if it's in the language, with the governor or the legislator's approval before it could be sold. But again, it's all about what revenues we can generate. I don't know if Margaret's on the phone, but I know she's very good at. There is some money that can actually be in fact raised by having these school trust lands. And the other issue I have is, what do we do with those lands that are already encumbered? I assume we won't get that transfer of those if they're already owned by somebody else, the additional 2 sections.
Thank you, Senator Gocochea. Mr. Johnson, are you still with us? There he is. I can see you. Yeah. Okay.
I'm back, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Did you
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to respond, and thank you very much. And I appreciate Senator Hansen's position, and I understand completely, and we actually heard in public testimony some guarded skepticism about this as well. And I think any assurances that we need to make sure that we are going to be good stewards of the land and the money for education, we should try to make. I did reach out to Mr. Donahue earlier just to make sure that we were on the same page. We want to make sure, look, I live in Nevada. I want to make sure that these lands are preserved for my kids, my grandkids, and that they aren't simply just disposed of as our history has done. I think we can learn from the mistakes that we've made and improve upon those so that we can make sure that the state lands, the school trust lands, serve the public interest the best they can, and also so that we can gain the best benefit from those lands for education. Like I said, any money that's raised from those lands currently simply goes to the federal budget for federal purposes. If the primary purpose right now is, if you only did one thing and kept the uses the same, but redirected the money so that they were in school trusts and changed nothing else, we would benefit in Nevada much more than the current situation, because we would be the beneficiaries of that revenue instead of the federal government.
Chairman Parks, it's Assemblywoman Hansen.
Yes, Assemblywoman Hansen, please.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you mentioned that funds would go into the state education fund. Would the local jurisdictions get any of those monies when the real estate's located in their counties? Or is it just strictly the whole thing goes to the states? And then a follow-up to that is, in states where they have done this, do they have a precedent of how they gave comfort to people that might be skeptical that the land would be sold off eventually to a, some big corporation or a private interest?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, through you. I won't have a lot of information. I'm not that familiar with what other states have done. I only, I'm a chief financial officer for the school district, so I look at the financial statements. We certainly can talk to our neighbors that are surrounding us to find out what it is that they did to become so successful with their land trusts. And those things that are best practices we would want to replicate. So we can learn from the things that have been done well from the other states, but also learn and not repeat any mistakes that they may have made because they've already gone through this process. Utah built a small permanent school fund into $1 billion reserve. And the way that it works, the way that I understand it, to answer your other question, I believe any money that is raised through the school trust lands goes into the state permanent school fund and does not go directly back to any one of the localities. It goes to the state's permanent school fund, and then it's used as endowment for education. The money then is transferred from the state of Nevada to public education for education purposes. Utah has they have a school communities council that makes decisions, and the money goes and is distributed directly to schools based on applications or however their community council decides. Just to give you some examples, I'm looking at some information that indicate Wyoming, for example, increased their annual revenue by $3.2 million. They've also deposited $83 million into their common school fund, which is similar to our permanent school fund. So there is earnings potential long-term on this. This is not a short-term. It's not like we're going to get if we do get the Section 2 and 32, that tomorrow we're going to have millions of dollars. This is something that hopefully we can strategically manage and invest wisely so it provides the most benefit for Nevadans and for Nevada's education.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. Further questions from the committee for Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I just have a concern that I don't think is being addressed, and so I guess I'll make my statement and turn it into a form of a question. So I know, obviously, my concern isn't of the state selling the land, because I mean, if we're looking to fund schools in perpetuity, it just doesn't make sense to sell the land. But what I'm concerned about, and I haven't heard brought up, is if we do open up these public lands to the state to open up to corporations to drill for oil and gas or mining, that we would be looking at long-term leases on those lands, 50 to 100 years. And that would, obviously, it's not selling the land and disposing of it, but we still lose our access to those public lands for a generation or two due to, trying to open these lands to those types of uses. And so I just want to know if there is any way to address those concerns, or otherwise, I mean, I'm going to have to be a no on this.
Or maybe if Mr. Donahue could answer Mayor Carano on that, how the state, they presently have some lands, state lands, but how they would address those issues. And then, of course, the other piece of that is, it's a concern, but if one of those sections happened to be in the Cardin Trend and we were receiving those royalties that are now going to the federal government, it could be huge for our education system, number one. And then the other side of it is you have to understand that there are lands being disposed of every day by the federal government. And is it better to have those dollars, in fact, come to support education or go to the federal coffers? But maybe Mr. Donahue could respond how they would deal with long-term leases or satisfy Mayor Carano.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia. Is Mr. Donahue still with us?
Mr. Chairman, I am. My video doesn't seem to be working, but I believe my audio is. To
We are
answer the
able-
mayor's.
Please
That's
proceed.
used. Okay. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. To answer the mayor's comment, there's a responsibility with managing school trust lands, and it's really a fiduciary responsibility. Other states haven't had to encounter many of the issues that have been raised here in previous attempts because those states actually received their 4 sections at the time of statehood. We are now grappling with those conversations because we're trying to get an equal portion of federal lands transferred after statehood. That's where these conversations are coming up. So, Mr. Mayor, with your comment about locking up these lands, that is one of the things that other Western state lands commissioners grapple with on a daily basis, is that educating the public that these are not like your normal public lands just for access. Yes, they may be valuable for hunting and fishing. Some states actually charge a $10 licensing fee to walk across school trust lands. But the point of managing these lands is really to generate revenue for the permanent school fund.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask a follow-up.
Mayor Corona, please.
Another concern of mine would be, we heard a lot about the swamp cedars this afternoon. How would the areas that may have tribal significance, how would those be handled if there are any within those school trust lands?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll take a stab at this and then maybe kick it to Mr. Johnson. But my recollection, Mr. Mayor, is that at the time of their presentation in Caliente, the request is to actually secure section 2 and 32, and that the discussion at the time was that if those lands are encumbered or have, and I would suggest the discussion you had earlier about the tribal significance of those lands and the salt cedar, would be that even though we may be asking for 4 million acres in those 2 sections, we wouldn't necessarily be displacing lands that may have encumbrances on them. As an example, if say section 2 landed on the 2nd national park in Nevada, the Death Valley National Park, that I don't believe we would, and Mr. Johnson's group is advocating that we would kind of undo those elements of the park to just secure it and have it designated as school trust lands. I don't know what their proposal is in terms of, would that just be a ledger sheet in terms of, we're asking for 4 million, but we find out that 400,000 have encumbrances and we would just get 3.6, or whether we would circle back to the federal government and ask for a balance of in lieu selection on those. But I think that could be worked out. I think it needs to be thought out to have a thoughtful resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Mr. Johnson, did you wish to further comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Donahue, for your help with this topic. This is not my expertise, and all of the questions that you guys have brought up, I think are great questions and legitimate issues that we all need to be a part of a solution, because I think it's the right thing to do for Nevada, and I think it's the right thing to do for our education. And I think it was something that, as Mr. Donahue pointed out, we have the advantage in some respects that many of these states didn't have, because now we have hindsight. So we can take a look at a lot of these things that were made. I mean, when you take a look at when this was granted, Clark County wasn't even the largest populated state in Nevada. it looks like they only had about 3,000 people in the entire county. So things have changed and attitudes have changed and experiences also have changed. So we can learn from those and craft something that's probably better in many ways than in other states. We certainly don't intend for this to be opened up and be a land grab and taken advantage of in a bad way. We want this taken advantage of from a very strategic and in a very prudent manner, so that the land is guarded to make sure that if there is a use for it, that there is a group of concerned citizens, maybe comprised of this committee and state lands, that assess the uses on a case-by-case basis to determine if that is in the best interest of Nevada. And if it is not, then we would have the ability to say, hey, it's not, we're not going to do that. Currently, those decisions rest outside of Nevada at the federal level. So I think it gives us an opportunity to have more say over what it is with land that is located in Nevada, not less say, and helps us make sure that we're doing things that are at what we as Nevadans feel are in the best interests of Nevada. And certainly we want to be guarded against any greed or influence that might want to take advantage of this in an adverse way.
Chair Parks, this is Margaret Bird, and I'm afraid I'm on a Zoom call on our investment of our permanent fund in Utah, but I could answer that last question that was asked about the, would you get 4 million acres or would you get less than that?
Thank you very much, and welcome to our committee hearing. We were kind of wondering, you were looking. Yes, welcome. Please proceed.
There is a process that was established when Ohio joined the union, and they have carried that same process forward for every one of the states. And it would be if there were any lands that were encumbered, whether they are in a national park, whether they are have a certain federal designation that needs to be protected, then you would be able to receive similar acres in lieu lands, so that you would, if this passes, you would receive the full 4 million acres in the state of Nevada, but not all of them would fall in sections 2 and 32, because where encumbered or where there's an environmental concern, then you would be able to select other lands in lieu of those lands, a similar number of acres. And that is the process that every state has done. I would like to help the committee understand how paying attention, how acquiring these lands, because Nevada was shortchanged, it will make a huge difference in your education budget. Utah, when we started the reform in Utah, we were making less than $5 million a year on the lands. We are now making anywhere from 60 to 140 million. When we started, we had a puny permanent fund of less than $20 million. And the other Zoom call that I'm on right now is about investing our $2.7 billion fund. And we have done that in the last 25 years. So I just feel like the children and the schools of Nevada have been shortchanged. And I would just plead with you that we can work out these differences. We do not have to have conflict over environmental lands. The purpose of this is for the schools to acquire lands that make significant revenue for the schools. And you will find, if you're able to do this, you will find what Utah has found, which is that the lease of these lands and the use of these lands has become a real driving engine for our economic development also. So I would just highly recommend to you to consider this for your schools. It will make a difference. We will be distributing about $100 million this next school year. And it all goes to the local schools. So to answer the question that the mayor had, the money doesn't stay, it goes in the permanent fund, but then the investment returns from that then go to each local school, at least in our state, so that it's local control of how the funds are used for academic purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. I deeply appreciate it. Questions from the committee? I guess I have one question, and that is, in each township, there are 36 sections, but we're only talking about specifically 2 of those sections in each township, if I'm understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, Assemblyman Daly.
Yes, Assemblyman Daly, please.
Thank you. And maybe it's a clarification. I have some of the same concerns that Senator Hansen first brought up as well. But you said that Nevada only received part of what the other states received when at statehood. So only received half, or you think you said 2 sections or something like that. We only received 2 at statehood when the other states received 4. Is that what I understood?
This is Charlie Donnie for the record, Assemblyman. That's correct. We received sections 16 and 36.
And then I think at one point, the other gentleman that's there with you said that we no longer have that land. We're down to like, I don't know what he said, 2,900 acres. That generates like $4,000 or $5,000 a year. So what happened to the 2 sections that we did have? What did the state do with it?
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Assemblyman, what Nevada did is they were having a hard time surveying section 16 and 36, and they weren't generating much revenue. So what they proposed to Congress to turn in the lands that they had not already disposed of, relevant to section 16 and 36. And as a compromise, they allowed the state to have in lieu selection to the tune of 2 million acres. So those lands were then typically the productive lands, the bottom lands that had good access to water. And as the state was developing as a state and populations were growing, the state's mechanism for generating revenue at that time was to dispose of the lands, and they were for the most part disposed to private parties. In some cases, there were mistakes that were done by the state where we selected lands that should have been used to generate revenue for the permanent school fund, and those lands were diverted for state use. You can go back and see through different legislative sessions that the legislature compensated the permanent school fund for the diversion of those school trust lands. But basically, you'll understand through Margaret Bird's comments and Mr. Johnson's comments that the mechanism at that time was really to settle the state, and the mechanism was disposing of those lands to generate revenue. And typically back in that time, the disposal was about $2.50 per acre.
And I think that's the concern that I heard from the senator and others may have, in addition to me, is that I don't know that much has changed in Nevada with the pressures and various things that get put on. And here's this good land that can be put out to use and that. I don't think I'm going to be able to be in support of this, given that history and what I have seen be the pattern in the state on a variety of issues. when it comes to public lands. We just don't have a good record. So, much as I hate to say it, maybe it's best left to the federal government, although they don't have the best record, but our history is poor. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Daly. We'll go to Assemblyman Watts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a comment. I'll try and keep it brief. And I want to start by saying that I appreciate where Mr. Johnson is coming from. I agree with the goal of creating an endowment and increased and sustainable funding for our schools. I don't think that this is the answer. I disagree with the characterization that we got shortchanged while some of our neighboring states did get more sections granted. In the presentation for a whole chunk of states that were granted statehood in a certain period, Nevada got the same. And then we were able to negotiate to move from those random sections to choose sections. And, frankly, we completely botched it and sold off our lands more than any other state in the West. We have almost none remaining. And then for us to come to the federal government asking for a do-over at this point, given that history of mismanagement, and given that at the same time we have things like the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act, which allows us to take funds from land disposals in Southern Nevada and hold on to those monies and use them for conservation and other purposes here in the state of Nevada. I just think it's looking a gift horse in the mouth to come back at this point in the game and ask for all of that land to be turned over. And finally, I am concerned, it was brought up before that some states charge for public access onto state lands. So I'm concerned about even if we could ensure that those lands stay in state hands, the impacts that they could have to public access. So for that reason, I'll be a no on this.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Further comments or questions by committee members?
This is Senator Goykochia, Mr. Chair, if I could. I think we're twisting this a little out of perspective. There's no doubt Nevada took select lands rather than the sections they were awarded 16 and 36. I think at that time, you have to consider we didn't have very many people. This is a question about funding education. We can do what we want with it. You talked about the slip amount of lands. You have to understand the vast majority of that money still goes to the federal government. Is that what you want? So it's about funding Nevada. And I do believe that if we can get an additional 4 million acres, whatever we do with it will benefit the education system and the state of Nevada. And again, it's going to be a heavy lift. I don't know if Congress will ever approve the transfer of 4 million acres of land in Nevada. But the bottom line is we continue to whine about having 84, 85, 87% federally controlled and owned, and yet we won't ask for 4 million acres back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Goykochia. Appreciate those comments. Further comments or questions from the committee?
Chairman Parks, Assemblywoman Hanson.
Hanson, please.
I appreciate the discussion. I could see the value. I mean, some of this revenue stream is quite attractive for education, considering we just went through a special session, seeing some big cuts. So, and I, this idea of the feds managing things versus the state, if we're going to have that argument, I know we got the wild horse issue coming up soon. So the feds haven't proved themselves either. So I'm feeling compelled to, why would we be adverse to the state having the say so over some of this land? And then I guess the question, if that were to happen, aren't we going to legislatively have the say-so over the use of those lands or the disposal of or anything to do with it. So some of these worst-case scenarios, those fears might be taken care of.
Okay. Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. And I certainly share your thoughts and comments. And I guess me personally, I look at it as what do we have to lose? I think that were we to get any resolution, we can certainly in the future, through legislative action, restrict or restrain any undesirable use of those funds. And if there are no further questions, I'll ask if there's someone who wishes to make a motion.
This is Senator Goycochea. I make a motion that we do proceed with the resolution requesting the transfer of sections 22 and 32 to the state of Nevada from our federal delegation and or whatever, if they are encumbered, at least the 4 million acres we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Goycochea. You faded out a little bit, and I'm assuming that the tail end of your motion was to ask that alternate lands be provided in lieu of sections, I believe it's 2 and 32, or is it 16 and 36?
I believe it's 2 and 32.
Okay. Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
Senator Hanson seconds it.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hanson. And is there any questions on the motion? And I'd like to go back to either Mr. Donahue or Mr. Johnson, or to clarify the section numbers, since since Senator Goycochea put those in his motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Paul Johnson for the record, and I think would be sections 2 and 32.
Thank you very much. I sure appreciate that. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'll ask Mr. McDonald to please do a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hanson,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daley,
No.
Assemblywoman Hanson,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
No.
Mayor Corona,
No.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Okay, I believe that that motion carries. Okay, I'm seeing a nod from Mr. McDonald. Okay, so recommendation number 13 passes. And we have recommendation 14 has already been heard. And that moves us to 2 more recommendations, recommendations 15 and 16. And before we go on to that, Mr. McDonald, can you tell us, do we have, how many BDRs do we have left?
Let's see. Sure my mic's on.
I guess my question, should be, do we have 2 BDRs remaining?
Yes, if you take all the OHV, the 3 OHV recommendations and put them into one, then you have 2 left.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Okay, with that, would you provide us with an overview of recommendation number 15?
Yes, sir. Recommendation 15 is to request the drafting of a resolution calling on the United States Congress to provide funding to successfully reduce the number of free roaming wild horses and burros to appropriate management levels using non-lethal means within 10 years to protect and restore the health and viability of public lands in Nevada. This was requested by the group Coalition for Healthy Nevada Lands, Wildlife, and Free Roaming Horses at your committee hearing on September 10th. And we have included some documentation from that hearing in attachment F of your work session document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I believe we may have Ms. Rebecca Stetson available to give us any further information or answer any questions. I know that she sent us some, I guess, additional, may have sent us some additional information yesterday. I don't know. That's in our backup. Okay, I don't know whether or not she's available.
Chairman,
Yes.
thank you, Chairman Parks. Rebecca Stetson for the record. Myself, Jim Settinger, and Sherm Swanson are all available for any questions that the committee may have. And one thing that I did want to make clarification on is that the path forward does recommend 10 years, but our group, and I believe that this was mistyped in our original resolution, but we are seeking support in getting numbers down to AML within 6 years.
Thank you for sharing that. If there's a brief presentation you'd like to make that is not repetitive of your testimony a couple weeks ago, certainly would welcome that. Otherwise, I'll ask committee members if they have questions.
Thank you, Chairman Parks. We don't have a presentation, but I did want to show a little graphic that there's a book that I've been reading on the issue called Wild Horse Country. And in part of that, the proposed resolution and part of our ask is that we look to Congress for commensurate funding for the percentage of wild horses that we have here in Nevada. So I just want to show this graph that shows our amount of horses comparative to the rest of the Western states and why we should be asking for such a large chunk of those monies. That's all I've got for you guys, but we are definitely here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson, for that, for sharing that with us. Well, I'll turn it back over to the committee to ask if they have any questions, concerns, or a recommendation. I know that the
Chairman Parks,
yes, please.
Senator Hansen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Senator Hansen.
It's all right. No, I may have left the impression last time we had talked about this, a week or so ago, 2 weeks, that I don't favor this idea. I totally favor it. Okay. In fact, my concern, honestly, just doesn't go far enough. We're going to, ask for non-lethal methods, and we're going to try to round up the horses and then give them birth control, which then they have to repeat at least every 1 or 2 years. And having been around horses and these gathers and watch this stuff, it's very difficult to get them in the first place. And once you have educated wild horses and you're trying to get them into corrals to do the whole process over and over and over, it's like there's just a practical reality to this that's kind of missing. Having said that, from on the ground point of view, I totally support the effort to do whatever it takes. You don't got to do birth control or whatever, because the horses are destroying Nevada's ranges. Been on the range literally my whole life, and I've watched this for years, and I've watched it get worse every year. The real irony in this is we've ruined the wild horses in the process. When you have a dominant stallion breeding his daughters and granddaughters and great-granddaughters, you end up with a defective horse that's genetically altered and ruined. There are no natural predators to speak of. Mountain lions get a few, but nothing like it would take to take care of this. Again, if we had the control we should have over our state, we would be able to simply do what we need to do. And as I pointed out last time, Pyramid Lake Indian Tribe did it. and I salute them for it. And they did lethal. Okay, just like with dogs and cats. Yeah, we have no kill facilities, but there reaches a point where you have to have a kill facility. And when it comes to wild horses, we have 100,000 or more already sitting in these places in the Midwest somewhere that are unadoptable. And we're feeding them millions and millions of dollars worth of hay. At the same time, we have budget crises for our kids in public schools. So our priorities need to be looked at in all this. So I want to go on the record that I support this. I supported it before. I just frankly think at some point, I don't think the federal government's going to be able to do this properly. And we're going to be dealing with the same situation we've already been doing it for several decades, and I don't see it improving. I admire you for and your conservation group for trying to come up with a solution. But the long-term solution is at some point, we just have to put on our big boy and big girl pants and recognize that some level of lethal control has to be implemented. No, I don't want to eat horses, but I'm not out to tell everybody in the world who does eat them that that's some sort of a sin. And I don't know, you watch, even if they round it up, say they round up 35,000 horses in Nevada, that's going to go to those pens. And now we got 135,000 horses sitting there that are unadoptable. So something's got to give at some point, and some common sense and some practicality needs to come into this issue. Thanks, Chairman Parks. Pardon me for my rambles, but I support this measure completely, and I support what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Does that mean you'd like to make a motion for approval of this resolution?
I would gladly do that. I move that we approve this as a great starting point.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. And do we have a second for this resolution?
This is Assemblyman Watts. I'd be glad to make a second. I'd also like to suggest to the senator, if he wants to make it go a little bit further, let's change it from 10 years to 6 years.
I would support that. Is it currently 10?
The language in the work session document says to get it to AML in 10, but as Ms. Stetson had indicated, they're supportive of 6, and the other item says 6, so I'd say we just go 6 all around.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we amend my motion to make it 6 instead of 10.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Senator Hansen, and thank you, Senator Assemblyman Watts, for bringing that to our attention and seconding the motion. Okay, discussion on the motion.
Chairman Parks.
Yes, Senator Gokachia, please.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask the question, but they got well ahead of it with the motion in the second, and I'm fine with that. But I would like to know how you're going to get there in 6 years, for one. And then the other thing, I had an issue with it when you did the presentation a couple of weeks ago or whenever it was. And that's, you're talking about fertility control. I would prefer that in the resolution that we do talk about spay and neuter. I mean, let's make it permanent. I know some of the other horse groups don't like that, but as far as using PZP and no, you'll never get them. You'll never get them treated twice in your 6 years, let alone get a handle on them. I'm sorry for almost any species. We do spay them, and and I hate to say it, women have their tubes tied. I mean, it's just how you control birth, and so bottom line is, I would prefer your request and your resolution actually talk about spay and neuter.
Thank you, Senator Gokachia.
One advantage of the
yes, please.
This is Sherm Swanson for the record. One advantage of the 6-year gather or gathering as many horses as we can each year is that if those horses are placed off range with the mares and the stallions separated, they're effectively we are effectively in control of their birth rate, because the mares will not be fertilized by the stallions and therefore not be producing any young. That is what happens in the off-range horses, and it allows them to be addressed in a non-lethal manner, but also avoids the whole issue of the fertility. In the long run, once we're at AML, we could adjust the number of adoptable animals, the colts, which are very adoptable, by using fertility control or not. But if we were at AML, we would probably be able to completely adopt out the excess animals, and it simply becomes a question of how many we would like to, or how often we would like to have gathers in order to maintain the appropriate management level.
Thank you, Sherman. I'll see you in 6 years.
Mr. Chair, I have a question if I may.
Swanson, Mayor Corona, please.
Just kind of to follow up to Senator Kokachia, I too believe that spaying and neutering would probably be the best route. I mean, we do it with feral cats in our communities, and we know that, especially with those ones that are going back on the range, we're not going to spay and neuter all of them. But if we can spay and neuter a good chunk of them, I think that would help control the population and make it easier than having to round them up every year or so to give them another round of birth control. But those are just my thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. We had a motion and a second, and then Senator Kokachia offered some additional recommendation. Was there an interest in including Senator Kokachia's recommendation into the motion?
I think the group, again, sorry, Mr. Chair, Senator Goycochea, I think the group feels comfortable with what they're bringing forward, and I don't want to interfere with that, but I want to have the ability to say I told you so down the road if it's long enough to see these horses under control. But anyway, no, I don't really. It's just my thoughts, and hopefully, as it comes full circle and it gets funded, that might be a consideration coming down the road. We know this won't be cast in stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kokachia. Any further comments on the motion?
Chairman Parks, Rebecca Stetson for the record.
Yes, please.
Yes, I did want to make clear for those who were not there for our presentation, PZP is a birth control method that still has research that is needed to be done to determine how effective it could be throughout wide spanses of land. We are in support of spaying and neutering of those horses as another method of birth control. And so if there is any question of that, I just wanted to make it clear that our group does not see that PZP is a be-all, end-all by any way, shape, or form. And as Sherm pointed out, getting down to AML as fast as possible is the most cost-effective version of what we can do. So getting those horses off the range is the most effective management tool that we have. But spaying and neutering is, I do agree with JJ, and I do agree with Mayor Corona, is a very, very practical solution, because the idea of being able to dart animals year over year over year, as Ira had said, is not something that we feel is actually practical, nor is it cost effective. It is what was promoted in the path forward. And it is what is highly recommended by horse advocates. However, we do believe that there are a variety of options that are available, and that gathering a horse one time and spaying or neutering is much more humane than darting them year over year over year.
Thank you, Ms. Stetson. Appreciate that, those comments. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead, and if there's no other questions on the motion from the committee, we'll go ahead and let Mr. McDonald do a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little confused. Are we including the spay and neuter language in the resolution or not?
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I'll turn that back over to the committee.
It's up to the maker of the motion.
It was my, Chairman Parks, it was my motion. Whatever Rebecca wants, frankly. If she thinks the language is better left alone, then let's just leave it alone. And that doesn't eliminate the ability to spay and neuter. Maybe it's better to leave the current language, because then it won't become a red flag for the wild horse advocates that only want a certain type of bird control.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Mr. McDonald, are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Would you do roll call?
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. The motion passes unanimously. And that concludes recommendation number 15. And I believe we have one final recommendation to consider today, and that's recommendation number 16. Mr. McDonald, would you take us through that?
Recommendation 16 is to request the drafting of a letter urging Nevada's congressional delegation to support the Bureau of Land Management's 2020 report to Congress to seek the removal of excess horses and bureaus to appropriate management levels within 6 years.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for that. I think it's sorry about that. Another phone ringing. I believe that that's pretty straightforward. Are there any comments from either Ms. Stetson or Mr. Swanson regarding this, or is it clear enough for the committee?
This is Assemblyman Watts. I'll make a motion to accept recommendation number 16.
This is Senator Hansen. I would second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, not hearing any. Mr. McDonald, would you do roll call?
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
Chair Parks.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. The motion passes unanimously, and we can push forward on with the letter urging congressional delegation to support BLM. I'd like to especially thank Ms. Stetson and Mr. Swanson for their testimony today. And I believe that concludes recommendation number 16, and it also concludes the recommendations that we have posted on our work session agenda for consideration. So with that, I'd like to once again move on to item number agenda item 5, which is our second public comment.
Senator Parks?
Yes.
Before you proceed, there was the issue about the number of BDRs, and you were considering possibly turning number 9 from a position statement into a resolution. I don't know if you still wanted to consider that.
Thank you for that. I'll open that up for discussion by the committee. Recommendation number 9 includes a position statement, but it did not. But it was not a resolution. So
that was a position statement on what, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry. A position statement in the final report supporting federal land sales and transfers to local governments and nonprofit agencies where they have constructed and operated public and not-for-profit facilities.
So that would be the RPP transfer. if we have a BDR, I would love to see that as a resolution.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, you indicate that that we have one remaining BDR.
Yes, sir. If my numbers are correct, and you take the 3 OHV recommendations and put them in one bill, that we are at 9 right now. So you have one more.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that back to our attention. I too, would support looking at RNPP leases and seeing what we can do to transfer them to local government ownership, since the property is developed and being used as such.
Mr. Chair, does that take a motion? If so, I'd like to make it.
Yes, Senator Hansen, that would require a motion. And if you're willing to make the motion, I certainly appreciate that. And I'll ask if we have someone who wishes to make to second that motion.
I will second it, Senator Goycochea.
Okay, we have a second from Senator Goycochea. Any discussion? I think we've already talked about it as a statement, but turning it into a resolution. If there's any comments anybody wishes to make. Okay, not hearing any or seeing any, I will ask Mr. McDonald to please do a roll call.
Senator Brooks,
Yes.
Senator Goycochea,
Yes.
Senator Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblyman Daly,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Hansen,
Yes.
Assemblywoman Swank,
Yes.
Assemblyman Watts,
Yes.
Mayor Corona,
Yes.
and Chair Parks.
Yes, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for bringing that back to our attention. Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item Roman 5, and that's public comment. This is our second public comment, so I will we'll take a short 3-minute break to allow people to call in under public comment. If you're listening online and would like to provide public comment, please call area code 669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID number 968-3689-0788. And we'll take a brief pause for 3 minutes to allow individuals who wish to provide public comment to dial in. Now, 3:08. Okay, I'd like to call the Public Lands Committee hearing back to order. And it's been 3 minutes, allowing people to dial in to provide public comment. What I'd like to do is to ask if our broadcast staff would open the lines for public comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks. The public comment line is open and working, but there are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. And given that, we will go ahead and close public comment. And we will, I'll ask at this point if there are any comments that members wish to make before we proceed to adjourn.
Chairman, I have a comment.
Yes,
I
please.
have one too.
Hanson, please.
Thank you. I was actually going to compliment you. This may be one of your last acts as a legislator, and I want you to know you did a fantastic job as chair, completely fair and impartial, and gave everybody an equal opportunity to say what needed to be said. So I just wanted to salute you as an excellent chairman of the Public Lands Committee, and that it was an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Senator. I sure appreciate that. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I do have a number of additional committee hearings that are probably going to take me all the way up into January. So, and then some of my appointments don't end until legislators are appointed to the next interim. So,
Well, this may be my last opportunity to serve with you.
Yeah.
So let me take advantage of that to thank you for your service.
Well, great. Thank you very much. I sure appreciate it. Okay.
This is Senator Goycochea. My comments to Mayor Carano. I need one of them lapel pins with Windover Will on it, sir. So, thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Parks. I know we'll be together again on Friday, but thank you for your hard work on the public lands.
Thank you, Senator Goycochea. I sure appreciate it. And I greatly enjoyed public lands over the numerous interim sessions, and certainly working with Mr. McDonald on all that he has done to keep process moving very smoothly. Okay.
Chairman Parks?
Yes.
It's Assemblywoman Hanson. Like you haven't heard enough from the Hansons already. I just want to extend my thank you as a freshman, being on public lands, having you as the chairman has been an honor. You know, I've observed public lands issues and hearings as a citizen, and then to sit here, well, not in this seat in my kitchen, but to sit in the legislative body and be able to be a part of this has been really an honor of a lifetime. I know we all love Nevada, and we're working hard to try to preserve it for, you know, those that go after us. Again, you're a class act. Thank you so much for your patience with my trying to understand how this all works. And especially thank you for conducting hearings during the pandemic, and to staff, because I'm sure this was just a little bit of a hornet's nest of technicality that had to be overcome. And so thank you very much, and continued success in the rest of your meetings and as you go on about your life outside of the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Hanson. I greatly appreciate those comments.
Mr. Chair, if I can, sorry.
Mayor Corona, please.
I just, as this is my last meeting on this board, I just want to thank you all, especially you, Chairman Parks, for making this outsider feel welcomed in this legislative body. And it has been a great experience, and I've learned a lot about our public lands issues. And like Assemblywoman Hanson, there have been times where I feel like I'm asking maybe redundant questions, but you all have given me the grace to do so, and I really appreciate it, and it's been an honor to serve with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Corona. I sure appreciate your comments. Yeah. I will add one thing, and that is that I have a regret, and that is my regret is that we didn't get to tour the state and have our hearings in various areas of the state and get the public comment that we would otherwise have generated. So with that, one regret, I think we've done a good job here. And once again, I want to thank Mr. McDonald and as well as our other research policy assistant, Maria. And then we have legislative counsel that has stuck with us for our lengthy meetings. And I want to thank Ms. Clarkson, who I've had a great experience working with for all her services, as well as the legal division. And I'm sure they'll keep us on the right track. Does anybody else wish to make any comments? Okay, not hearing any. I want to thank everyone for their time and participation, and I'm going to adjourn this meeting, and it is now 3:17 p.m. So once again, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.